Ladies and gentlemen, I'm much delighted to offer a hearty welcome to everyone gathered over here for the International Conference on Advanced Material Science 2025. This conference is conducted by St. Dominic's College, Kanjirappalli as part of the Diamond Jubilee celebrations. St. Dominic's College, Kanjirappalli, established in 1965, aims to provide education for the students from nearby rural areas. We feel really proud and blessed to conduct and coordinate this conference. Let's begin the inaugural session by evoking the blessings of Lord Almighty. For the same, I invite Sister Amla and Sister Anamol for the prayer song.
The wonders of my soul are after thee. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. You alone are my strength, my shield. To you alone may my spirit yield. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. You're my friend, and you are my brother, even though you are a king. I love you more than any other, so much more than anything. You alone are my strength, my shield. To you alone may my spirit yield. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee.
Thank you, sisters. As we all know, this conference is on advanced material science, which is a multidisciplinary field that focuses on the design, discovery, and engineering of new materials with superior or tailored properties. It combines principles from physics, chemistry, engineering, and nanotechnology to create materials that meet the demands of modern technology and industry. Without further ado, let's begin the formal inaugural session. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Arun Raj Ari, the convener of ICAMS-2025, for the welcome speech.
Good morning, respected Principal Dr. Simon Thomas, our respected manager, very reverend Father Varghese Parindirikal, today's chief guest, respected Dr. C.H. Suresh, Director, Srinivasa Ramanujam, Institute of Biosciences, our dearest bursar, Father Manoj Palakudi, and my dear friend, Dr. Prashant, the conference secretary. Actually, it is a dream come true moment for each and every one of us. Because we, the St. Dominic's College, is actually celebrating our 60 years of excellence. It is our Diamond Jubilee year. So as a part of this Diamond Jubilee, we have conducted a number of colorful programs. A large number of programs have been conducted for the last few months. So we were thinking about a big program which is an academic one. So, like a conference like this, so everyone unanimously set one particular theme for that particular conference. That is material science. It may be because of the interdisciplinary nature of this particular great field of science, but I am not going to talk anything regarding the material science because that is what we are going to talk in the upcoming 2 days. So anyways, that's how ICAMS International Conference on the Advances of Material Science was happened. And when we are thinking about how can we organize this, it's a very big one. We need to get the delegates and we need to get a lot of resource persons across the globe. So to get suggestions and advices, the one name that came into our mind, which was none other than the great Dr. Professor Sabu Thomas, the former VC, and he is currently working as the chairman of TRUST, Trivandrum Engineering and Science and Technology Research Park. And we approached him, and the support he offered was something unexpected. And it was like a blessing for us, and he suggested a lot of names, and he himself wrote number of resource persons and a lot of support, and we cannot forget his support in this moment. But unfortunately, he's not here because of some health reason. I think we hope in the upcoming session sometime we expecting him. And anyways, even though he is not here, I would like to extend my sincere welcome. I will extend my welcome to Dr. Sabu Thomas on behalf of the organizing committee of ICAMS 2025 and also on behalf of the community of St. Dominic's College. Next, I would like to welcome our dearest and respected principal, Dr. Simon Thomas. And he is a great leader, true leader, highly inspiring, and leading us from the front. So as a faculty, it is my pleasure, it is my honor to extend a warm welcome to our dear principal. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our honorable manager, very Reverend Father Varghese Perendirikkal. We all know, without his permission, without his strong support and strength, this kind of activities and this kind of event would not be possible. And on this beautiful occasion, I extend a warm welcome to you, Father. Next, I want to welcome our chief guest, respected Dr. C.H. Suresh. He is the director of Srinivasa Ramanujam Institute of Biosciences. And one more happy thing to say is that he is an old student of our college. That is a very cherishable moment, and also it's a very precious moment for each and every one of us. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our Bursar, Father Manoj Palakudi. He is observing everything and he is facilitating it, he is providing everything. And I would like to thank for his service, and I extend a warm welcome to our Bursar. Next, I want to thank Dr. Prashant Kumar. He is not in the dais, but he is a simple, a smiling face, but very calm face, but he is the master brain of this conference. So, I extend a warm welcome, my dear friend, Prashant. Next, I would like to welcome the delegates who have come here from different parts of our country and also participating online. from different part of the world and country, and I welcome everyone. I hope the presentations and publications and everything this conference offer would be beneficial for them. And next, I want to thank my dearest colleagues, because without their dedication and help and hardship, this kind of events would not be possible, because I have done nothing compared to the work they have done. So I welcome everyone on behalf of our organizing committee. And next, I want to welcome our students, because everything is conducted for you. This conference is for you, and all the activities that is being conducted in our college is for you. So just enjoy and make this event as an infotainment one. Just enjoy and get enriched. Once again, I welcome each and every one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With great honor and respect, may I invite the backbone of St. Dominic's College, Kandirapalli, Principal Dr. Simon Thomas, for the presidential address.
Very good morning to all. Very Reverend Father Varghese Parinthirikal, manager of the college, distinguished scientist and one of our prestigious alumni, Professor C.H. Suresh, esteemed researchers, dear colleagues on and off the dais, and dear students. This conference is one of the significant academic events organized by the college as part of its Diamond Jubilee celebrations. The college recognizes the importance of research activities for its further development. We consider this conference on material science as a boost to our research activities in the years to come. The organizers, namely botany, physics and chemistry departments, are in the process of becoming research centers. Due to the earnest support of our manager, Very Reverend Father Varghese Parinthirikal, we already established research labs for these departments using DST funds. We are extremely grateful to Professor C.H. Suresh and other distinguished scientists from various reputed institutions in and out of the country for being part of this conference. I congratulate my colleagues in the departments of botany, physics and chemistry for coordinating great researchers in the field of material science in our campus. Wishing you all a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No event sums up without a formal inauguration. Today, we have Dr. Suri C.S., Director of SRIBS, to inaugurate the ICAMS-2025. I am honored to introduce the distinguished scientist, Dr. Suri C.S., a native of Kottayam, Kandirapalli, and a proud alumnus of our very own Department of Chemistry at St. Dominic's College, Kandirapalli. Dr. Suresh completed his MSc in Chemistry at Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. He pursued his PhD at the University of Pune and spent time at Nagoya University. Now I invite Dr. Suresh C.S., a true pioneer in the field of chemistry, for the inaugural address.
Good morning, respected Principal Dr. Simon Thomas, respected Very Reverend Father Varghese Parinthirikal, respected Professor Sabu Thomas. I think he is also my teacher. I did my MSc at MG University. I thought of meeting him today. I think he is not well. May not be coming. Respected Dr. Manoj Balakudi, distinguished guests, participants and dear students, it is indeed a tremendous honor and privilege to stand before you as we inaugurate this international conference on advance in material science at St. Dominic's College, Vanjarapalli. So here Dr. Arun Raj said it is a special moment for the college because it is a Diamond Jubilee celebration. It is indeed a special moment for me too, definitely, because as an alumnus of this college, you know, my basic education in chemistry started from here only. I did my +2, that is pre-degree at that time it is called. I did at this place in 1985 to 87, and then 1990 I completed the BSc. So I remember all those days. You know, recently there was an alumni meeting, and we met all our teachers. This department was one of the best in the state at that time. I think it is even today also one of the best. Dr. Rani, the head of the department, might be accepting that compliment, because see, when I come here today and see all of you, you know, so many participants, and also on the online participation is there. It is a lot of academic vibrancy that I can see here. A lot of changes, a lot of buildings, new courses, and the management is doing a very commendable job and promoting the academic activities, research activities, and high level science activities, research and development, technology activities at this place. So I'm very proud to be here. Now, if you look at the topic, advance in material science, here Dr. Arun Raj mentioned that when they discussed the topic of the conference, everyone unanimously accepted that material science should be the. Why material science? He did not explain why they selected unanimously. So why you are all probably doing research in material science? Material science is important because everything, in fact, it can be intimately connected with our progress, human civilization, their progress. It revolutionized many things. So we started from the bronze, or even the Stone Age to Bronze Age to then what is the next era, the Silicon Age, and we are experiencing the computer age or in internet revolution. What would be the next revolution? What would be? See, we are experiencing or we are enjoying the life. Life becomes even better and better, or life is becoming easier or more comfortable by advancement in material science. So what could be the next big things in material science? What is the next revolution? So you are all going to face that next revolution. Can you say anything about that? So we are actually facing a lot of challenges, tremendous challenges, unprecedented challenges. See, there is an outbreak, a virus outbreak. We want to conquer those virus outbreaks or bacterial infections or disease in general. So the cancer is yet to be conquered. And what else? New materials. Think about new materials. We want to harvest energy materials, energy storage materials. Yes? Or no? So please tell me a few more examples. We want materials for, for biomedical materials that can actually replace our organs, or artificial organs, materials for artificial organs. One more thing is, so scientists created materials that also not so, or it was useful, but it actually some of these materials were not environmentally friendly, or it was not sustainable for the planet. Yes? Like plastics. Now we want to remove all the plastics and we want biodegradable materials. So biodegradable materials, a lot of research is going on. And then there are materials, self-healing materials. Yes? Now now the scientists, like the space scientists, are exploring materials for space application, because there is a different type of climate, different type of environment exposed. And if you want to colonize some of the other planets, then we need a different type of materials. Materials that can withstand high temperature, high pressure, low temperature, different type of materials. These are all going on. And there are materials like nanobots. You know anything about nanobots? Nano robots, which can actually pass through our bloodstream, and those can repair our cells. There may be in the future materials that will keep us immortal. Can you believe that? At some point of time, probably materials that can actually repair our organs. As we age, all the organs become weak and the functions are not efficient, but there may be materials that will repair this, self-healing materials, biomedical engineering, and then we may replace our bones with even stronger, substances. Yes, nanomaterials, nanotube, carbon nanotubes. We may coat our skin with some materials like graphene, like coating or something, so that no virus, no bacteria can actually penetrate our skin. We may some type of coating probably there. Yes, we may create materials that may connect with our brain or interlink with our brain. It's like graphene-like materials. Still, research is going on there. So it is going to be all materials are going to be advanced materials. So whatever we are experiencing today, so already that research is already completed, and in the next research, the next level of research is the new type of materials. For instance, we are using our mobile phone technology. See, the communication is becoming very fast, and now I can't touch this screen. Nothing is changing the screen, but there is a material which, if it is applied on the screen, we can use, touch screens. It was not possible. Maybe 30 years ago, there was no way. We can't think about a cordless mic. Yes, now it is possible. Much faster communication beyond that. And then I said, my experience is in computational chemistry. I studied here, and then I joined MG University, a campus. Professor Sabhu Thomas taught me the polymer chemistry. He advised me to go to IIT Kharagpur to study polymer science, to take PhD in polymer science. But I didn't go because I was interested in physical chemistry. So the late Professor Pius advised me to go to Professor Gedre. He was a computational quantum-chemist, one of the most prominent quantum chemists of this country. So I joined there. See, I used only computers to do chemistry. So in my talk, I will explain that. I used only computers to use to study chemistry. Not only chemistry, any subject nowadays, computer modeling and simulation is very important. So we can use. Computers are becoming faster. So again, the material is saving us. Why it is so fast? The materials again. Okay, the chip technology, the electronic materials. So it is going to be, and then there will be revolutions in creating very strong materials, lightweight materials. Okay, aircraft applications or space applications, and so it is very fascinating work. So if you are students, researchers, think about it. The future is very bright if you go to the the field of material science. So there is a big impact you can create. Definitely this conference is a very, very good platform to get motivated by interacting, by networking with the peers in this field. I'm very happy that renowned scientists, professors in this field is arranged for this conference. Dr. Ajay Ghosh is going to be speaking to you. I am actually a chief scientist from CSIR Institute, National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology. I am on deputation to this Srinivas Ramanujan Institute for Basic Sciences, not Biosciences, Basic Sciences. Professor Ajay Ghosh was our director for several years. So from his talk, I think all you will get inspired. How fascinating is the world. He worked on the area of supramolecular chemistry, supramolecular self-assembly of molecules. Now chemists are becoming more like a material scientists. It is more like engineering. So you have a way, or you are now conquering, the molecular world. We can assemble them any way we like. Different layered structures, different arrangement, different architectures, morphology, different size, shape, etc. All this matters. The properties changes. And the size, for instance, if you go to the nano size, it becomes so fascinating. And so a lot of technologies based on the nanomaterials. So I'm not going to extend this because I will be giving more about my own research in my talk. And I believe that all the conference is for more about collaborations, innovations, and explorations. And for the students and the participants, take most of it by interacting with the peers in this field, by asking questions, discussing what is going on there. There will be a lot of presentation ahead. So interact, interact with the other students, other researchers, and make most of it from this conference. And with this, let me conclude. I wish you a very successful conference, and let us commence this conference.
Thank you, sir. Now I humbly request Dr. Surin CS to light the lamp, thereby inaugurating the ICAMS-2025. I also request the other distinguished guests to come forward for the lamp light.
Yeah, so one more thing. Let me also thank the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful conference.
Thank you, everyone. We have very Reverend Father Verghese Parindirikkal with us to give the benedictory address. Father Verghese Parindirikkal, our manager, and the man behind this institution is a person with distinct views and values. I humbly invite Father for the benedictory address.
Our esteemed chief guest and our alumni, Dr. Suresh C.S., Director of SRI BS, Principal Dr. Simon Thomas, Person, Reverend Dr. Manoj Palagudi, Conference Convener Dr. Arjun Raj, Dr. Prashant Kumar, Secretary of the Conference, and all participants. As the manager of St. Thomas College, it is my privilege to offer a benediction as we commence this international conference on advance in material science. Our college celebrating its Diamond Jubilee is built on the principles of intellectual curiosity and services to humanity and has consistently endeavored to foster a dynamic environment for learning and innovation. St. Thomas College has always been a hub of academic excellence, and this conference is a reflection of that legacy. We are honored to have such a distinguished gathering of scientists, researchers, and scholars on our campus today. Let us approach this conference with an open mind and the spirit of humility.
State the gathering. May I invite Reverend Dr. Manoj Palakudi, Bursa of St. Dominic's College, Kanyanapalli.
Dr. Simon Thomas, our principal, with Reverend Father Verghese Parindirikkal, our manager, Dr. Suresh, our chief guest, Dr. Arjun Raj, Dr. Prashant, dear teachers, dear students, distinguished scientists and scholars gathered here. I extend my warm felicitation to the organizers and participants of this International Conference on Advances in Material Science held as part of St. Dominic's College Diamond Jubilee celebration. The Science Department that have organized this program deserve our heartfelt appreciation. The topic chosen for discussion is highly relevant to the current scientific scenario. Material science is a field of immense importance globally and particularly so for India. India is actively working to achieve significant achievements in various sectors, including agriculture, renewable energy, healthcare, and commerce. To achieve success in these endeavors, we need innovative minds in the field of science. Conference like this will inspire and nurture the scientific community. As we gather here today, I hope that this conference will ignite new ideas and spark meaningful discussions. Let us try to make creative discoveries in material science, driving progress and innovation in India and beyond. Thank you.
Gratitude unlocks the fullness of life. It turns what we have into enough and more. I welcome Dr. Prashant Kumaras, Secretary, ICAMS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good morning to all esteemed dignitaries, guests, colleagues and dear participants. As an organizing secretary of ICAMS 2025, I consider it as a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks to this memorable occasion. First and foremost, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Suresh CH, Director SRIBS, for gracing us with his presence and delivering an inspiring inaugural address. Your inspiring, insightful words and brief introduction on the material science, its significance and its application in current socio-environment scenario has been wonderfully explained. Thank you, sir. On behalf of organizing committee and St. Dominic's College community, I thank you, sir. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to Dr. Simon Thomas, sir, our principal, St. Dominic's College, for his encouraging presidential address. His leadership and guidance has been pivotal in bringing this event to execution. Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful to Reverend Father Varghese Parithikan, our manager, for his benedictory address, which added blessings to our gathering. Thank you, Father. A special note of thanks to Professor Dr. Sabu Thomas, Chairman, Trust Research Park, for his invaluable contributions to this event. Although he could not join with us due to his personal reasons, his support and guidance in the preparation of this conference was very instrumental. As our convener has already mentioned, his significance or his contributions in this shaping this conference in this manner, I thank on behalf of St. Dominic's College and the organizing committee. I thank you, sir. I also thank Dr. Manoj Palgudi or Barsal for his kind words during the felicitation and unwavering support towards this conference. Thank you. And a special thanks to Dr. Ariraj RD, convener, and the organizing team for tireless effort in organizing this event. And we can say, or I can say that today at the morning 8:30 also, or 9 o'clock also, we were on this planning of this conference. There were rescheduling of certain speakers. So it was a tireless effort to bring this event to this format. Thank you for all the organizing committee members and especially our convener, Dr. Ariraj. Finally, I express my sincere gratitude to all the faculties of our St. Dominic's College and from the other colleges, as well as students and the non-teaching staff who worked meticulously to ensure the smooth execution of this event. Now, to all the participants, thank you for joining today. Your encouragement and enthusiasm make this conference truly meaningful. Once again, I thank each one of you for your valuable contributions. Together, let us make ICAMS 2025 a great event. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Suresh CH for the abstract book release.
session has come to an end. I use this opportunity to once again thank everyone for sparing your valuable time to be here with us, and we really look forward for your support in the coming sections. Thank you.
Now it's time to start our conference officially, and we will begin with the plenary talks. The first talk is going to be given by Dr. Ayyappan Pillai Ajay Ghosh, currently SS Bhatnagar Chair Professor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, is a former director of CSIR, National Institute of Interdisciplinary Science and Technology. His research interests are in the areas of fluorescent materials, stimuli response materials, organogels, organic 2D materials, molecular probes, etc. He introduced a new class of soft materials, namely pi gels, and studied the fundamental science and applications of such materials, which is widely accepted by the scientific community. His research contributions are recognized with several prestigious fellowships. I respectfully welcome Dr. Ayyappan Pillai Ajay Ghosh to deliver his talk.
Rani. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a slight technical error right now. We're working on resolving it. And, thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for your patience.
Attention please. Dr. J. Joseph, if present in the hall, please report to the organizing committee. I repeat, Dr. J. Joseph, if present in the hall, please report to the organizing committee.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who know me, I'm a literature student here in this college. You might be thinking what a literature student is doing in a science conference. No, I'm not lost. So you'll be seeing my recurring presence to give you valuable pieces of information, and I have one for you right now. Due to technical issues, we'll be taking a short break for 15 minutes. Please stay around, please don't leave the premises. As soon as we get Dr. Ajay Ghosh online, we'll be starting the session. So we'll be taking a 15-minute break. Please stay around. Thank you for your patience.
Nice presentation. Thanks. So where is this screen? Hello? Hello, Rani? Hello? ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് ഇതിപ്പം കാണുന്നുണ്ടോ? എന്റെ സ്ക്രീൻ എല്ലാം കാണാമോ? ഇല്ലല്ലോ.
Now it's time to start our conference. The first talk is going to be given by Dr. Ayyappan Pillai Ajay Ghosh, currently SS Bhatnagar Chair Professor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, is the former Director of CSIR National Institute of Interdisciplinary Science and Technology. His research interests are in the areas of fluorescent materials, stimuli response materials, organogels, organic 2D materials, molecular probes, etc. He introduced a new class of soft materials, namely pi gels, and studied the fundamental science and applications of such materials, which was widely accepted by the scientific community. His research contributions are recognized with several prestigious fellowships. I respectfully welcome Dr. Ayyappan Pillai Ajay Ghosh to deliver his talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Somebody has to respond. My audience, can you hear me? I'm audible? Yes, sir. Okay. My screen is visible? Yes, sir. Okay. So let me start. My apologies for the delay and other problems. Because recently I changed my computer, so there was something wrong with the presentation board. So that is why. So let me begin by thanking all the organizers for inviting me to this conference. I'm sorry that I could not come over there physically, which I very much wanted to come, but due to some other preoccupations and other meeting today, I could not come over there. But anyway, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity and also inviting me to this conference. So today I will share with you some of our results in the domain of hydrophobic material, because since this conference is related to advanced materials and synthesis, I thought that I should present you something which is some of our results in the domain of in general hydrophobic material, but also because since this conference is related to advanced materials and synthesis, I thought that I should present you something which is some of our results in the domain of in general hydrophobic material, but also because since this conference is related to advanced materials and synthesis, I thought that I should present you something which is some of our results in the domain of in general hydrophobic material, but also because since this conference is related to advanced materials and synthesis, I thought that I should present you something which is some of our results in the domain of in general hydrophobic material, but also because since this conference is related to advanced materials and synthesis, I thought that I should present you something which is some of our results in the domain of in general hydrophobic material, but also because since this conference is related to advanced materials and synthesis, I thought that I should present you something which is some of our results in the domain of in general hydrophobic material, but also because since this conference is
Can you see the screen now?
and synthesis.
So thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank
some of our results in the
University
domain of in general
allowing me to make
hydrophobic material,
and also
because
providing
since
all
this
the support.
conference is
You know that recently
can you
see the screen now?
and synthesis.
So thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank
some of our
results
in the
University that
domain of in general
allowing me to
hydrophobic material,
university
because
providing all
since
the
this
support.
conference is
You know that can you see the screen now?
Synthesis.
So thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank
some of our
University that
domain of
allowing me to
hydrophobic material, because since this conference is
you know that can you see the screen now? So many students who are working in
synthesis.
so thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank
some of our
University that allowing me to
hydrophobic material, because since this conference is
you know that can you see the screen now? Many students who are
synthesis.
so thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank
some of our
that allowing me to
hydrophobic material, because since this conference is
you know that can you see the screen now? Many students who are so thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank
some of our
that allowing me to
hydrophobic material, because since this conference is
can you see the screen now? Many students who are so thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank
some of our
that allowing me to
hydrophobic material, because since this conference is
can you see the screen now? Many students who are so thank you. Before I Can you see the screen now after some time? Okay. So thank you. Before I start my can you see the screen now?
Birds, different types of fish, plants, flowers. There are so many examples. Many of these creations can take care of their requirements. For example, you know that the surface is always clean. I'm putting you a few examples to understand how nature takes care of its own creations. So there are a lot of science and engineering to learn from these kind of natural creations, and these are always an inspiration for all of us scientists to find out what is the science behind it, what is the engineering behind it, and whether we can mimic such kind of properties, making use of the chemistry and physics and engineering that we learn in our classrooms. So this is a challenging and interesting topics which are very much required to solve some of the existing problems of mankind. So one such phenomenon is superhydrophobicity, that is wetting of surface by water or any liquid. Are you hearing what I am saying?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my slide is also visible?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I can continue without any problem. I am checking in between because there can be some problems. So that is why online presentations always have problems. So let me now introduce you the phenomenon of wettability. When water droplets fall on any surface, it can behave in different ways. And this is a little bit of physics. Once you put a water on a surface, if the water is penetrating through the surface, we say that this adhesion to surface, the adhesion of the water droplet on the surface is much higher than the cohesion, so that the droplets will penetrate, and we say it is a hydrophilic surface. Okay? In such cases, the contact angle is very. But when you have a hydrophobic surface and you put a drop of water over there, it will not penetrate, and it will not also wet to the surface to some extent, because the adhesion is less than the cohesion. So the contact angle start increasing, as you can see here. And so you will say that the surface is a hydrophobic surface. Okay? But when the surface is modified and when it becomes super hydrophobic, then you see that water droplets is sitting on the surface of the water, as a football or a spherical object. And if you look at the contact angle, you see the contact angle between the surface. When the surface is modified and when it becomes super hydrophobic, then you see that water droplets is sitting on the surface of the water.
So the contact angle becomes very high, close to 180 degree,
or a spherical
it becomes
object.
super hydrophobic.
And if you look at the contact angle, you see the contact angle between the surface. When the surface is modified and when it becomes super hydrophobic,
Phenomenon can be
then
explained
you see that water droplets is sitting on the surface of the water.
There are two theories. So the contact angle becomes very high, close to 180 degrees.
Or a
One is called the
spherical object.
Wenzel
This theory, the other is called the Gauss-Baxter theory. So the Wenzel theory states that the relationship between surface roughness and wettability is that the surface roughness will enhance the wettability caused by the chemistry of the surface. And this model is used to describe the surface in which droplets penetrate through a rough surface, leading to a high adhesive forces. So that is what you see here. In a Wenzel model, you see the water droplet is penetrating on the surface and fixed on the surface. It is a hydrophobic surface, but the water droplet is fixed on it and it cannot move. On the contrary, the Gauss-Baxter model says that a rough surface that is non-penetrable by liquid droplet, it can allow the water to simply sit on the top of the rough surface behind the air trap which is created on the rough surface. In this case, the water droplet can move on the surface or it can slip over the surface. That is called superhydrophobicity. And this kind of surface is required for creating self-cleaning surfaces like in lotus leaf. So, how to create such surfaces? What we have to see, I am a chemist, you probably many of you know, and we work on small molecules, we work on the self-assembly of molecules, supramolecular chemistry, and we use some of the fundamental non-covalent interactions to create, molecular assemblies, and you can create assemblies of different size and shape with different properties. So some years back, we were thinking how molecular assembly can be used to create artificial superhydrophobic surfaces. And we published several papers in the domain of supramolecular chemistry. I'm just skipping all these things. But what we thought at this point of time is that whether these kind of molecular self-assembly can be used along with some kind of natural materials, especially carbon allotropes, to create hybrid materials. And we were very much successful in creating different kind of hybrid materials with the different properties. For example, hydrophobic materials along with the polymers, some kind of hydrophobic materials, especially carbon allotropes, hybrid materials, hydrophobic or superhydrophobic materials. We were very much successful in creating different kind of hybrid materials with the different properties.
So,
for example, hydrophobic materials along with the polymers, some kind of hydrophobic materials, especially carbon allotropes, hybrid materials, hydrophobic or superhydrophobic materials. We were very much successful in creating different kind of hybrid materials with different properties.
Dr. Srinivasan, who is
For
a
example, hydrophobic materials along with the polymers, some kind of hydrophobic materials, hydrophobic materials, carbon allotropes, hybrid
super hydrophobic
we were very much successful in creating different kind of materials self-assembly and for example, hydrophobic that you use that material hydrophobic we were very much successful in creating different kind of materials self-assembly and for example, hydrophobic that you use that or the organic molecule can dissolve. But what Srinivasan observed is that if you take a few drops of this solution and put over here, immediately the carbon nanotube get dispersed into the solvent. And now you can use this solvent, you can put it on the surface, and you can also see that the carbon nanotube is getting debundled, and that is why it is getting dispersed. So this is the one-two singularity of carbon nanotubes, which is an evidence that the carbon nanotube is debundled and get dispersed into carbon nanotubes. And then you can take this into the electron microscope and see that the molecules are self-assembled on the surface of the multi-wall carbon nanotube. So this is the atomic force microscopic image where you can see that a rough surface is formed. It's like a hills and valleys surface, which is a very peculiar morphological feature. And you can see that on each multi-wall carbon nanotubes, the molecules is self-assembled to form a rough surface. And if you look at the transmission electron microscope, you can see that this is the surface of the multi-wall carbon nanotube. It's very smooth surface, you can see it here. But the moment you allow the molecules to self-assemble on the surface of the carbon nanotube, you see that the surface is become uneven. Okay, in a nano domain. So this is you can see 50 nanometer scale bar where you have multi-layered coatings of the molecule in a rough surface area. And because of the rough surface area, if you put a drop of water, you see that it is sitting as a football. And this is a contact angle, it is more than 165, which is an indication that the surface is superhydrophobic. And because of the superhydrophobic nature, you put a drop of water in a small slide angle, it can slip over and it can roll out, and in the process it can clean the surface, can take out that. So you will see that as the water droplets move along the surface, it is taking out all the dirts on there because of the surface tension of these water droplets. And it can also ripple water. If you put on the surface of the water, you see the water is getting rippled by this. Okay, and now I will show you a video where you see this is a water droplet on the surface of multi-wall carbon nanotubes. And nanotube is a hydrophobic surface, but it is sticky. And this is the surface of the organic molecules which we use. So the molecule alone is sticky, but when you mix both, make a coating here, you can see that suddenly it becomes highly superhydrophobic, and the water is bouncing back and rolling out. So it is not sticking. You can see that there is no friction between the water droplets and the surface. So this is what is called a slippery superhydrophobic surface. Okay. And now there is an important challenge. You must have seen the rose petal, and also you must have seen the lotus leaf. Both are superhydrophobic material. But now the question is, what is the difference between how any one of you have observed what is the difference between the surface of a lotus leaf and the surface of a rose petal? If you are a good observer, you will easily see that the lotus leaf surface is a slippery surface where the superhydrophobicity, due to the superhydrophobicity, the water droplets cannot stand on the surface of the lotus leaf. If there is a small tilt angle, it immediately rolls out of the leaf. In the process, it can clean the surface, and that is why we use lotus leaf in all sacred, functions in temples on the ancient days. Even today, people use lotus leaf for all kind of ritual, functions in temples and other places. But then, what is the difference between this surface and the rose petal surface? Have you seen rose petal when you sprinkle water? It is a hydrophobic surface and the water droplets will stick on the rose petal. Why? Because it is a flower, we have to keep always the flower, fresh, without losing its, freshness. So when you sprinkle water, the water will remain there on the surface, keeping it fresh all the time. So both are hydrophobic, but you look at the way nature has created them in a very clever and useful way, which means that the chemistry, physics and the surface engineering is very different in these cases. And why is it so? So if you make a deeper investigation on the structural differences or structural distinction between these two surfaces, you will see that there is a lot of difference in the creativity of this. So we scientists are always curious about what is the difference in this surface morphology and whether we can mimic it in the laboratory. So sometimes back we made an attempt to recreate these surfaces using the principles of chemistry, and I'm going to now tell you the rest of my time how we have done this. And this is done by Rahul, who was a former PhD student of mine and completed PhD. He is now an assistant professor in SRM Institute. He is now in my research group. So this is what I said, the difference between lotus leaf and rose petal. In lotus leaf, you can see that the water droplets is sitting over the surface, whereas in rose petal, it is slightly penetrated, it is pinned on the surface. Okay, now if you want to recreate such surfaces, you have to make structural modifications. So we applied a very simple chemistry. See, many of you know alumina and alumina plates. Some of you must have used alumina plates in your chemistry laboratory for separating, molecules. Or for TLC, you must have used. And what is the structure of alumina? Alumina has this structure here, and it is a hydrophilic surface. There is a lot of OH group having, connected to, alumina. Okay. So this is hydrophilic, and you can modify the surface. So we applied a little bit of chemistry over here and the principles of molecular self-assembly. So what we have done is we have suggested simple molecules, and you know that is an azobenzene, which is functionalized with a carboxylic acid through a small short aliphatic chain. And this carboxylic acid can complex with zinc nitrate to form a zinc complex, and then it can form a kind of coordination polymer. True. And this is a structure of one unit, and this can grow from these three directions to form a coordination polymer. And then we have used this chemistry to modify the surface of alumina. So what we did is we have taken this molecule and then attached this with the hydroxyl group of the alumina to form this kind of a surface. So it can undergo a like of cross-linking by reaction from both sides or a partial reaction on one of the sides, one of the functional group. The other carboxylic acid is free, and this free carboxylic acid can be used to coordinate with the zinc ions to form a zinc complex. Okay. So now you can create a zinc coordination complex on the surface of alumina. Now you can evaluate the property of this surface, and you see this is hydrophilic, this is hydrophobic, and this is also hydrophobic. And now what Rahul has done is he has applied the principles of supramolecular chemistry. He has taken an aldehyde having a long hydrocarbon chain here. So it's a bis aldehyde. So he just coated the surface of alumina with bis aldehyde and also the modified alumina with bis aldehyde and the coordination complex, zinc coordination complex with bis aldehyde. And he found that there is a drastic difference in their properties by doing this chemistry systematically. Okay, and you can see that the contact angle is significantly improving by making this zinc complex and coating with this aldehyde, having long hydrocarbon chain. So this aldehyde will act as like a wax surface on the, whereas this is a hydrophobic surface, but it is not super hydrophobic. You can see that this is the hydrophobicity here, whereas the alumina here is highly hydrophobic. The contact angle significantly reduces, when you put a drop of water. And now, what is the difference? The difference, you see, this, the modified alumina is behaving like rose petal. So you see a drop of water here, you see it is fully sticking on the surface. See, there is a very strong bonding between the water droplet, and if you pull the water droplet out of that, the droplet will not come. It is pinned on the surface, and if you try to pull it, you see it is sticking over there. So this is called rose petal. This is rose petal effect. And how we created rose petal effect? By modifying the surface of silica with this molecule and coating it with an aldehyde with a long hydrocarbon. And now you functionalize this carboxylic with a zinc complex, and now you will see what happens. So this is the zinc coordinated alumina. Now you see, you can put a water droplet, it is not sticking over there. There is no bonding between the water droplet and surface. And this is called lotus leaf effect. This is, and you can see that you can easily roll it. You see, water droplets can be easily rolled without any effort. Now see the difference. A simple chemistry and simple, structural modification, you can get two different types of behavior. And one is behaving as lotus leaf, the other is behaving as rose petal. Okay, so now I will show you a video where a super hydrophobic surface
can be created by metal coordination. So this is an alumina plate. You put a drop of water on alumina and bring the surface closer to the water droplet. You see the water droplet is going, penetrating. So this is the nature of alumina. And the same alumina, after modification with a hydrophobic dicarboxylic acid, you will see that, so this is the modified surface. And we are now putting a drop of water. And now the water is in contact and it get pinned on the surface, and you pulling, so water is sticking over there, but it is not penetrating to the surface. So this is sticky super hydrophobicity of rose petal. And now after further modification with zinc, and you make a coordination polymer on the surface of this alumina, you see you can put a drop of water. Oh, this is the previous one. This is the previous one. It is sticky. Just to show that you cannot pull the water droplets by pulling it. It is sticky. So this is the rose petal effect. So it is very sticky indeed. Now you will see, after making the metal organic polymer on the surface, now we are putting a drop of water on the finally modified. See, now you cannot stick the water. There is no friction between these water droplets. So this is the lotus leaf superhydrophobicity, or this is a self-cleaning surface. So it is almost zero friction. So now you can easily move the water. So it is highly slippery. So now remember, this is only one material, that is alumina. The alumina surface can be modified by putting. So I will now skip this further video, and then I will move on to how this frictionless surface can be used for making motion of an object without any friction. So that means whether you can use water as a lubricant. You know that there are many different types of lubricant. For engines, you need engine oil, okay, or you need many other oils to make surface lubricant. But the question is whether water can be used as a lubricant. And the answer is yes. With a slippery superhydrophobic surface, you can use water as a lubricant. So what you need is the rose petal effect and the lotus leaf effect. See, this is an object. It's a hydrophobic object, hydrophobic object, but it is having the phenomenon of sticky superhydrophobicity. So you spray some water on this surface, and then you use this as the lotus leaf surface, where the water will not stick. There is no friction. And then once you start rotating, you see that the object will rotate like this. But if you do this experiment with a simple, surface without this phenomenon of lotus leaf effect, you see, you cannot rotate it. There is a lot of friction. So there is a lot of application which now we are working on for these kind of surfaces, because you can use these kind of surfaces for energy saving applications. But this research is going on, so I am not disclosing all those things. I will just tell you one interesting applications, and then I will close my talk. Many of you must be interested in ice skating, which is an adventurous sports, and that's a fun sports. What is skating? Skating is on an ice surface. Mainly in European countries, if you go, especially during winter season, you people go for skiing in the mountain area, and also people go for skating, because the ice will be like a glass, and you have a special shoe, and you can skate over it. You can slip, and you need a little bit of practice, like a gymnastics. So, but for these kind of sports, you always go to a cold country. But what about a hot country like ours? Whether we can do so, we can create artificial skating arena. So many years back, centuries back, people thought of, and the first artificial skating arena was inaugurated in London in 1876, and then later in New York in 1879. So people create an artificial ice surface by refrigeration in an indoor space and use that as a skating arena. But there is a problem for this. You need a lot of energy. You have to spend energy, huge amount of energy, because you need refrigeration to form ice. So that is not practical today when we talk about minimizing energy. So then what is the solution? Solution is to create artificial surfaces which can avoid ice, but still you can do ice skating. So even in our country, there are such artificial ice skating. For example, this is an ice skating ring in Delhi. Even I heard that in Lulu Mall, I don't know which Lulu Mall, maybe Kochi Lulu Mall or Trivandrum Lulu Mall, there is artificial ice skating rink, for adventurous, sports or making fun. So now the question is whether you can think about an artificial ice skating arena where you don't need refrigeration, so that you can save a lot of energy and you can minimize the carbon footprint, which is very, very important. This is one of the SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals. So how to create an artificial arena, this same principle can be used. So what we are proposing here is that a artificial surface, superhydrophobic surface, but this is a rose petal surface. So when you put water droplets, the water droplets will stick and act as a lubricant. Okay. And now, so this is the structure of when you put water droplets, it organizes on this surface like this, and then you can design special, shoes which can fit on your leg, and the surface of the shoe is behaving like a lotus leaf. There is no friction, so you can easily move without ice. And so I'm now presenting a concept. So this is the concept of an iceless skating arena.
Ice-related sports such as skating and hockey are at several places around the world. It is estimated that in order to maintain a typical indoor ice skating arena, a huge amount of energy is consumed.
So huge amount of energy is required for artificial ice skating arena. Natural ice skating arena, but if you make an artificial ice skating arena using the principles of superhydrophobicity,
inspires us to
then
design an arena where we don't require ice for skating.
Yeah.
The answer lies in two natural phenomena: the lotus leaf effect and the rose petal effect. The way a water droplet rests over a lotus leaf or over a rose petal is quite different. While a lotus leaf containing tiny air sacs under the water droplet,
this is the two principles that you have to apply and combine and apply. So one surface is having sticky superhydrophobicity, the other surface is slippery superhydrophobicity.
Mimicking these properties,
by combining these two, you can create an artificial ice skating arena
using water as lubricant. We believe future skating arenas may be made up of a rose petal-like surface.
So here is a rose petal-like surface, and you can create a layer of water droplets,
over which anyone can experience a slippery motion.
and then you can have a shoe which is having the slippery effect of lotus leaf, and then you can move without friction. So this is a concept, and for that you need a very efficient, highly superhydrophobic surface having lotus leaf and a rose petal effect. So we are working on it to make them, a reality from a science fiction like concept. So this is what I wanted to convey to you. So this work is done by Srinivasan, Rahul and Vedanarayanan. They are now in different places. Srinivasan is in Central University, Tamil Nadu. Rahul and Vedanarayanan is in SRM as assistant professors. So I don't know how effective was my presentation, especially the video and all, whether the audio was visible to you, I have no idea. But I hope you must have got some kind of a feeling about this kind of research, and also how science, particularly principles of chemistry and physics and engineering, we put together to create artificial surfaces for solving some of the existing problems of mankind. So all the new generation materials development needs a lot of fundamental scientific inputs, and I hope that this kind of research will inspire the young people who are the participants today in this conference, and think about the challenging problems of the current requirements in terms of materials, and also for the new generation energy saving applications. So we are now thinking how these kind of materials can be used for energy saving applications. So I will stop here by acknowledging DST for providing me a Jesse Bose Fellowship, SRM Institute, and CSR NIST, which is the former institute where I was director for several years. And also, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your patient listening. And I apologize for all the inconvenience and difficulties caused in this presentation. I wish I could have come there in physically and gave you this presentation so that you could have appreciated much better. So I hope I may be able to visit St. Dominic College in near future, and I'll be very happy to do so. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now you can ask any questions you have regarding this session. Please raise your hands if you have any questions.
Let me ask you first, whether you could listen to my talk without any problem, whether you could see all the videos and the final, the video with audio presentation and all. Could you hear that audio in that presentation, that video?
Yes, sir. It was very clear. It was very clear, sir.
So honestly speaking, I'm not in favor of these online presentations. These days I don't do this. I have done this because of the special request made by Dr. Rani. So
Okay.
Sir, the presentation was very clear and very informative. Thank you so much.
If you have any questions, you can ask me, or you can even put in the, what is that, chat box or somewhere.
Hello, sir. It was a very informative talk, and we feel proud to listen to you, sir, like you're like the eminent professor from Eastern SRM University. My question is like, no, sir, you mentioned that we can use these material for the skating purpose, super hydrophobic. And rather than this purpose, do we have any other things can be done with these kind of materials? So.
Any other kind of application you are talking, because the audio is not very clear.
So, can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah.
Is any other applications rather than this skating, even though it's a very...
Yeah, of course, it's a very good question. There are many applications. Now, one application that we are thinking is making a highly super hydrophobic coating for energy saving application.
Oh, thank you.
You see, all the, vessels which we are using for water, for example, transportation.
Okay.
For example, ship, boats, and yachts, all these kind of things, any waterborne vessel, when it carries weight, it has to undergo a lot of friction between the water and the immersed area of the vessel.
Okay.
And another thing is that its floating capacity on the surface of water. That is called, in terms of physics, called buoyancy.
Yes.
These two things are very important for energy efficiency.
Okay. Yes.
So if you use a highly super hydrophobic water, coating on this kind of ship and fishing boat and other boats, then its floating capacity will increase, buoyancy will increase, and the friction between the surface and the water will reduce. So the velocity will increase with even a small force. So, and also you can carry more weight for cargo applications. So that means you can save fuel. And what is the fuel? Diesel or petrol. So if you can save fuel, then that can contribute a lot to the environment in terms of carbon footprint. So it will reduce the environmental pollution. And also save, in terms of money. For example, fishermen, they have to go to the deeper sea for fishing, and they have to burn a lot of, diesel for, running the boats. So even for per kilometer, if you can save 2 or 3 liters, I mean 1 or 2 liters per 100 kilometers. Even you can save 1 liter or 2 liter of petrol for every 100 kilometers. That itself is a saving. So we are thinking of making such kind of coatings for energy saving applications, which is currently under research.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the very informative answer. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, sir, for this informative and intellectual section. I hope everyone learned something new from this session. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. So, can I log off now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you Rani and all other organizers.
Thank you all for your attention and participation so far. Now we will have a small tea break. Please enjoy your refreshment. Thank
ദൂരമുണ്ട് അല്ലേ ഡിസ്റ്റൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ ഓടിന് അത് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് എടുത്തപ്പോഴേ അടുക്കല്ലേ ഉള്ളൂ
എടാ ക്യാമറ ഓഫ് ആക്കിയേക്കട്ടെ ചാർജ് ക്യാമറ ഇവിടെ തന്നെ ഇരുന്നാൽ പോരെ? നമ്മൾ ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ നിന്ന് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ.
You're from Karnataka?
No, I'm Maharashtra. From Pune University.
Yeah?
Pune University.
Pune. Do you join the tour after this? The third day tour was.
We are thinking about it.
Yeah, okay.
We'll let you know.
വരുവാണോ സുരേഷ് സാർ വരുന്നില്ല
लगेच यांना फोन आला आणि मग हे आणि शिवून गेलेत लगेच मग मी पण नव्हती मी तुला घेतली मला किती टेन्शन पण 31 तारीख होती ना पोलीस वगैरे जवळच टँकर वगैरे पोलीस
to view.
I accept that. Have to go there with train or bus? Is it good or not? We have
Welcome back everyone. For the next talk, we have Dr. Suri C.S. with us. Dr. Suri C.S., a native of Kottayam, Kanirapalli, and a proud alumnus of our very own Department of Chemistry at St. Dominic's College, Kanirapalli. Dr. Suresh completed his MSc in Chemistry at Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. He pursued his PhD at the University of Pune and also spent time at Nagoya University. His postdoctoral journey included positions at Nagoya University and Indiana University in USA. In 2005, Dr. Suresh joined CSIR NIST, rising to the rank of Chief Scientist in 2021. His international accolades include the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship 2008. He has been honored with the CRSI Bronze Medal and is a Fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore. He has published over 220 research papers and is known for his innovative use of theoretical and computational methods in various branches of chemistry. Dr. Suresh C.S. is currently the director of the Srinivasa Ramanujan Institute for Basic Sciences, SRIBS. I respectfully invite Dr. for the talk.
Thank you. I think those who are sitting in the back row, a lot of seats empty here in the front row. Why don't you come? It's an invitation from STRIP's director. So please. Yeah, how was the previous talk? Fascinating, no? Hydrophobic molecules he designed. So naturally it will repel water. Yes? Okay, I will start with a story about material science. I wanted to tell this in the introductory speech. Napoleon Bonaparte? Napoleon Bonaparte, no? He wanted to conquer the entire world. So he sent his army, more than several lakh soldiers to Russia, to conquer Russia. Anybody knows this story? Yes? So, but he could not beat Russia. They miserably failed because of a phenomenon in chemistry or material science. Nobody knows this. Yes? Russia is a cold country, it was hard winter during some period where the fight was going on. Then what happened, they were wearing a uniform. Only around 6,000 soldiers returned alive. They were wearing a uniform, the buttons were made of tin. Okay, so in the hard winter, it goes to -degrees. What happened? What must have happened? Any chemistry students here? So we are talking about material science, you see? The importance of material science. So there is something called allotrope. Allotrope, what is allotrope? An element or a molecule can exist in more than one form. Carbon allotrope. What are the carbon allotrope? So a lot of materials from carbon materials. Yeah, just carbon is there. Then graphite is there. Diamond is there. Yes, graphite is like a two-dimensional layered structure. If you peel off one of them, that becomes graphene. Fullerene is three-dimensional. Fullerene is another allotrope. Yes. So like that, tin has actually two different allotrope. White tin, which is stable and metallic, shining. So it was made of tin. Tin, you know that, no? Tin we use. But in the very cold climate, it goes to the another allotrope. That is grey, which is brittle, which is like powdery thing. So what happened, these buttons all in the uniform, it was crashed, I mean there was no button destroyed in the winter. So what will happen? So their uniform could not protect them from the extreme cold. So many of them died without fighting. Okay, so that is a material allotrope. Now, see, that was the case. Now we can create any material at any temperature, withstanding any temperature, even space application, extreme climate conditions and all. Okay, that is the power of material science. He could create hydrophobic material. I think it was based on some organic molecules. Let us see, I am going to talk about something from theoretical chemistry side. I am a computational and theoretical quantum chemistry. So I have titled quantum chemical applications or studies on energy materials. Energy I used in the sense, everything is energy. Even for hydrogen there is energy, Yes? You look at hydrogen atom at infinity and other hydrogen atom at infinity. When they combine, when they approach around 0.74 angstrom, a hydrogen bond is formed. Yes? There is no hydrogen atom as such in this universe. You have to split it, then only you get hydrogen. You have hydrogen molecule, H2. Yes? There is a HH bond. So from infinity, let us say it was at zero level. So when it forms hydrogen molecule, there will be, so energy is lower to some level. So that is the energy of that hydrogen molecule. Yes? So you say that there is a bond formation, there is a stabilization, electrons are overlapped and so on. How many of you know that, whatever I am talking about? There are botany students, mathematics students, physics. Yes? Hope you understand. Physics and chemistry students understand this. Yeah, so before going to that, I joined NIST in 2005, 2024 till April I was there. Still I am a scientist of NIST. I am on deputation to the present institute, Srinivas Ramanujan Institute for Basic Science, nearby at Pambadi, next to RIT. Somebody is trying to destroy my presentation. Yes. Okay, so it is called SCRIPS. We call it as SCRIPS research. There is a famous institute, SCRIPS. Anybody knows? SCRIPS research. It's very famous. You can see several Nobel laureates there in SCRIPS Research Institute. So research areas, we are focusing on theoretical and computational research only. Sorry, I am taking 2-3 slides for advertising our institute because many students here. It will be useful. I mean, if you can visit us, anytime you can interact with us. I offer free passage. To the institute for any discussion, any interactions, and those who are, doing very well in science, in the field of any of this, you can approach us for internships and so on. Applied mathematics, computer science. It is just, it was there in the last 10 years, but only from last 24 April, some research activities started. So I am the first full-time director there. We have a 10 acres campus. The first building is constructed there. It was inaugurated in October 28th. First building only, first phase. In fact, the total proposal for this campus building is worth 40 crore. It's very big proposals. But once the funds are available, we will do it. So in the last 6 months, the tagline is for the institute is this: from local brilliance to global excellence. So I consider myself as I studied at Edakunam, which is about 3 kilometers from here, government high school, and then joined here for pre-degree. Yeah, I was not aware of any of these research activities at that time. Even during BSc or even at MSc level also. MSc, I think I did that at MG University campus. One good thing is that in the hostel, there were many PhD scholars staying. So that was a blessing. I think my feeling is that the students of MSc or BSc should be mingled with PhD scholars. They should stay with them. Then they will understand. Just for curiosity, what are you doing? What kind of research? They will come up with, I published a paper, so and so. So it is actually exciting. So actually that was helpful, and also excellent teachers. Okay, and a good library. You need to study from excellent books, not just from whatever they prescribe as syllabus book, etc. In fact, I was not having that kind of money to buy even a textbook at that time. So if you come to my house, you won't see any chemistry textbook that I bought for till my MSc or till my PhD. So the fortunate thing is that you have a good library. This institute, this college at that time also rich with books in the library. So I used to go there and read many books. Same topic probably, but different books, different versions. So it will give you, it will give you enough room to think about it. Think about the same reaction. For instance, order of condensation, different way they explain. Okay. So my advice is you approach to many books and try to understand as much as possible. So in the last 6 months, we published 10 high impact papers. So average impact factor is above 5, which is one of the best. Any institute in India, if you survey, 5 is considered as very, very strong number. Yeah, this is the proposed building for 40 lakhs. So hopefully in 10 acres campus, we'll have this within few years' time. Now let us go to energy materials. It is already, what are energy materials? Let me introduce that. Yeah, so many students from BSc onwards. So it is a good practice. Energy materials are substances and compounds specifically developed and used to produce. See, that keywords are important. Produce, store, and manage energy. Okay. So your substance can produce energy, or you can store energy, or you can manage energy. So in the previous talk, Dr. Ajay Ghosh was talking about some of these things. The coating, the material used for coating yachts or ships, or you can actually save your energy. It doesn't mean that that coating itself is having some energy. It's not that, but you can even save energy by doing that. They are crucial in the context of renewable energy technologies, energy storage solutions, and energy efficiency improvements. And then let us see some examples of energy materials. I think most of these topics maybe you are aware of. Photovoltaic materials, very important these days. Many companies, I think there are some breakthrough technologies coming up. So in the future, especially like countries like India, we must have been pursuing this vigorously because we are rich with sunlight. We don't need any other energy source. In fact, if we can capture the energy, so used in solar cells to convert sunlight into electricity, it is very much possible. Only thing is that the cost reduction must happen so that everywhere it will be used. So we'll be using only solar energy if the cost comes down drastically. Example, silicon perovskite, cadmium telluride, copper, indium, gallium, selenides, etc. See, the last one you look at, copper, iridium, gallium, selenide. See, there are 4 elements over there, no? So that's why material science, if you look at in this way, if I ask you a question in the periodic table from the elements, which is the most explored element in the periodic table? Which one? Undoubtedly one element. Yeah, somebody. It's carbon. Yes? The carbon compounds, if you look at the carbon compounds, the number of carbon compounds will exceed the total number of other compounds, including all other elements. So which means that other elements are not that much explored, yes? Yes or no? And also the combinations of them. So it's almost infinity if you look at the combinations. So from the periodic table, if you combine similar things like copper, iridium, gallium, and selenide Probably this combination is working better for this one. There may be many others yet to be explored. Yes, millions of combinations now. So that's why material science is becoming very fascinating, because now we are exploring more and more the other elements. Then there is a battery materials used in batteries for energy storage. Examples: lithium cobalt oxide, lithium iron phosphate, lithium manganese oxide, graphite, and solid electrolytes. See, several times lithium is coming up, no? Why lithium? Why can't we use sodium? So people are asking questions. I mean, the scientists are exploring the potential of sodium. Because sodium, if you use, it is much cheaper. Yes? Lithium is, lithium for lithium batteries, I think China is going to dominate. Why? They have lot of lithium resources. Okay? But we don't have that kind. So, and of course sodium, you can extract from sodium chloride, which is abundant in the seawater. Then graphite is like a carbon allotrope. Again, must be cheaper. Fuel cell materials used in fuel cells to convert chemical energy from fuels into electricity. Proton exchange membranes, platinum catalysts, solid oxide materials like yttria stabilized zirconia. Then supercapacitor materials. This is, supercapacitor research is, becoming very prominent these days. In our institute, CSIR NIST, there are 2-3 scientists are working in this area. Even perovskite material also, a group is working. So it is for rapid energy storage and discharge. Example: activated carbon, graphene, carbon nanotubes, structured metal oxides, etc. So there is again carbon materials you can see, carbon nanotubes. This, maybe around 20 years ago there was no carbon nanotube. There must have been, but it was not discovered. It was simple carbon. No? See, the moment they discovered like a tube you can arrange carbons, the properties are changing. It's nano size levels. Okay. Then thermoelectric materials used to convert temperature difference in electrical voltage and vice versa. Bismuth telluride, lead telluride. See, all these cases, there are plenty of other elements, other compounds, other combinations yet to be explored. So we haven't explored anything from the periodic table, only very small percentage. Then examples of energy materials, sixth one, hydrogen storage materials. See, if you create a material efficiently that can store hydrogen, it becomes a very smart material. Why it is a very challenging problem, hydrogen storage? Now there are some breakthroughs. Now we can see hydrogen fueled cars and all coming up. Why? Hydrogen is the lightest element. Yes? Its storage? Yeah. So it can actually, explosion can happen, but it has to be handled carefully. In order to store the hydrogen, you can't have a vessel much bigger than the car itself, or much heavier than the car itself. So it should be lightweight and so on. And the difficulty is that hydrogen is like inert; it cannot be absorbed easily by other chemicals or other materials. Yes, the binding energy, the absorption energy is very small. Okay, so there are a lot of challenges. So in this area we have worked. Actually, one of my students worked in the area of metal hydrates, then carbon-based materials and chemical hydrates. We have some papers. Maybe a few of them I will discuss. Then phase change materials used for thermal energy storage by absorbing and releasing heat during phase transition, like paraffin blacks, salt hydrates, fatty acids. Then catalytic materials used in process like water splitting. See, it is still a challenging problem. If you locate a efficient catalyst that can easily split water, I can guarantee you a Nobel Prize. Because so plenty of water. Now you split water. What are the products? You get hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen we need, to breathe. Hydrogen is a fuel. If that efficient catalyst is there, if you wear a mask or a helmet with that catalyst, you can live underwater. Okay, so the water will go through your helmet and you will get oxygen for breathing, and you also get hydrogen to propel you. I mean, if you are using a vehicle to travel inside the water, the same hydrogen can be used. Yes? So it may be possible at some point of time, probably we will live underwater with some materials like that. It's possible. And all the rainwater that we collect, we may be collecting all the water because we can use it as a fuel. Yes? So we may be fighting with our neighbors. Okay, my water you are taking, there is so there may be problems. So you have to be careful with it. Okay, so then titanium dioxide, nickel-based catalyst, all transition methods, almost all you can utilize as a catalyst for various purposes. And then piezoelectric and ferroelectric materials, magnetic materials used in energy conversion and storage technologies, inductors and transformers. Organic energy materials, organic molecules like organic photovoltaics, organic light emitting diodes or LEDs. You have seen OLED TVs, so clear. Have you seen OLED screen TVs? The clarity is so amazing. And then conjugated polymers, fullerene derivatives, organic molecules. See, the discovery of polymers, you see, changed the world, revolutionized our society. But then again, at the beginning, people thought, okay, polymer is a kind of insulator. But then there was a discovery. What is that? Conducting polymers they discovered. And then, and related to that, actually, polymer composites, a lot of polymer composites materials are there these days. Lactic acid based polymers are there. I think it is for wound dressing and all. You can use threads, which will actually dissolve later on. It will go to your body, so I mean, there is no harm in doing. Using the thread, you don't have to remove the thread. If internal organs, if you want to stitch with it, it is not needed to further open and remove the thread. Energetic materials. So what I said is previously energy materials. There are something called energetic materials. What is it? What is the difference? What are saying? Yeah? Energetic materials. Yeah, so the materials should actually release. They should release energy. For instance, maybe space application is required to propel propellants. Yeah. Energetic materials are substances that release a significant amount of energy rapidly through chemical reactions. How about bombs or pyrotechnics and all? These are energetic materials. Within a fraction of a second, a huge amount of energy is released because of some chemical reaction. Such materials. So if you come up with new materials that can release the maximum, the world record energy, so it is like you are creating the world's best bomb, which will destroy everything. So that is again another problem. So when you do this kind of research, again you have to think about your planet Earth. Yeah, so it should be sustainable and should not be harmful to our planet. They are primarily used in military, industrial and aerospace applications for purposes such as propulsion in demolition and pyrotechnics. Energetic materials can be classified into explosives, propellants, pyrotechnics. Okay? So these are the general introductory things from my side. Now the hard part will start. I'll give you my own research. Are you ready to listen to that? Yes? Yes. Very good. So I am a quantum chemist. It is computational and theoretical quantum chemist. I study chemical bonding and reactivity, chemical reaction mechanism, homogeneous catalysis, structure, reactivity, correlations, ground and excited state properties of molecules. All this I do on a computer. I don't do experiments, but I collaborate with experimentalists. Okay, many experimentalists come to us to understand their chemical reactions. or material properties. So we do the simulations and study that and give the data and correlate with the experiments. Most of the time, if our simulation is accurate, it will definitely correlate with the experiments. Okay? So that is the beauty of any computational experiment. So computational experiment, it works based on the physical principles, based on Newtonian's motion. If you are talking about bulk systems, but if you go to the microscopic or atomic level or molecular level, you know that Newtonian mechanics won't work. So then what will work there? Yes? So first word of the title. You can't explain photoelectric effect using Newtonian mechanics. Can you? No. You cannot explain the hydrogen atom, just hydrogen atom, electronic structure of hydrogen atom using Newtonian mechanics. You need to tell me something. You are afraid. Quantum mechanics, okay? Okay, so that's what I apply there. And this quantum mechanics, basically it comes as a Schrodinger equation, which you can solve on a computer. So for every molecular system, what is a molecular system? Materials or molecules, whatever you are dealing with, it's a collection of different type of atoms. Yes, same type. For instance, if you are talking about the carbon nanotube, it's only carbon atoms. The connected carbon atoms, different, maybe in a hexagonal shape. In the case of fullerene, it's a hexagons and pentagons. Yes, they are connected, all the carbons. And then it's a carbon nuclei, and then the surrounding electrons. Each carbon, how many electrons in a carbon atom? How many electrons? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon. 6 electrons and 6 protons. So there are 6 electrons and 6 protons. In the case of C60, how many electrons? 60 into 6, 300. Tell me, so mathematicians are also there. 60 into 6, 360 electrons, that much of, but how many nuclei? 60 nuclei only. Yes? Electron is distributed all around, just like that football, it is distributed all around. So you cannot pinpoint your first electron, second electron, third electron. It is not possible. Okay? So that is the beauty of quantum mechanics, wave function. So there is a wave function associated with the distribution of these electrons. It is called the Schrodinger wave equation psi. Anybody knows botany, physics, mathematics? I think there is a mathematicians can understand. There is a function you can associate with the distribution of these electrons. So that is psi. Okay? And this electron distribution is controlled by what? Or these electrons are all surrounding this nuclei because the nuclei is there. There is a positively charged nuclei, or that is, you can call it as an external potential, positive potential. So any molecular system, any materials in this universe, you can simply imagine that it is a smeared out distribution of electrons around the different nuclei. Yes? Different levels. So electrons can be in different energy levels, that is quantized energy levels, quantum mechanics. And if you understand the electron distribution or nuclear arrangement, both nuclear arrangement, the best possible nuclear arrangement, that will actually determine the shape of the structure of the system. Yes? If you solve the Schrodinger equation for C60, 60 carbons, so you want to get the best arrangement of 60 carbons in this space. If you solve that problem, so this problem is you have 60 carbon nuclei. What is the best arrangement of these 60 carbons in this space? Okay, so imagine that they were at infinity, and once it comes closer, it will arrange like that football. Yes, hexagons and pentagons, connected ones. and distance between two CC will be around 1.4 angstrom. Okay, in this earth, standard temperature and pressure conditions, there will be only one unique arrangement of the 60 carbons, that is C60. Like that, every molecule, every material, there is a one best possible arrangement structure for every molecule in this universe. How about benzene? You have 6 carbons, 6 hydrogens, like hexagon it is arranged. Each carbon is connected to hydrogens. Sorry, each hydrogen is connected to one of the carbons. It is arranged like that. That is the best possible arrangement of 6 carbons and 6 hydrogens. Is that the only one arrangement structure? Yes? No. It is not the only one arrangement. There are isomers. C6H6, with that formula you can create lot of isomeric forms. It won't be hexagons. Okay? So there is an article in Resonance magazine.
Hexagon is unique.
Hexagon is the best, most stable. Why they come to the hexagon form? How do we answer that? That's why Schrodinger equation is important. So it gives you the truth. What is the true structure of all this? See, when you look at the physics students are here, it's a very simple. It is easy to imagine because your nuclei, the protons, especially the charged ones, the protons, you know the charge of the proton, the mass of the proton. It's a universal. What is it? Universal quantity. Is it going to change? No, it is not going to change. It's fixed value. It's a constant value. Similarly, electrons. Its mass and charge is not. So a charged, negatively charged electron with mass and charge, and the proton or the nuclei, the mass and charge, It is like the question is, when you have the collection of all these things, what is the best arrangement? It's a physics question. It is possible to solve, but not through Newtonian mechanics. It's difficult. But it can be solved theoretically exactly by the Schrodinger equation. But when you have more than one electron, there is no analytical solution. But you can go to other solutions, numerical solutions, iterative solutions, and you can get as accurate as possible the values. Okay, so that is what the simulation is. I am talking about the simulations on the computer. You can simulate molecular system, material systems on a computer, and depending on the simulations accuracy, you get the results, which may be very close to the accuracy of the experiment or slightly deviated from the experiment, or if your approximations are drastic, it may deviate more and more from the experiment. So this I have already mentioned. So first postulate, there is a state function psi for every molecular system psi. And if you can determine the psi, it is possible to predict the properties of molecular systems or even materials properties. So H psi equal to E psi, that is a Schrodinger equation. H is the Hamiltonian operator. It is basically comprising of kinetic energy operator and potential energy operator. So kinetic energy plus potential energy is the total energy. So you have a collection of nuclei and electrons. They move. They are not stationary. So there is a kinetic energy. Okay, and they attract each other. Nuclear repel, positive charges. Electron repulsion, electron-nuclear attraction. These three terms are there in the potential energy terms. Okay, once you compute this, once you get this best energy, so psi that corresponds to the lowest E is the structure that you will find in the universe. For any molecular or materials, the psi that corresponds to the lowest energy, of that arrangement of atoms in your system. Okay? So that is the structure that you will find in your earth. So a computer can make a prediction. Even for unknown molecules, you can make predictions. Any combination of atoms in the periodic table you can think about. You can create your own materials. So that is the beauty. So on a computer you can do this, and you may ask whether it will be correct. Yes, it is going to be accurate, because based on this quantum mechanics, you will get the structure that you can observe in nature. Okay? Yeah, so I will skip this based on molecular orbital analysis and all basis sets. So finally, this Schrodinger equation, that psi, how will you construct the psi? What is the form of the psi? Based on exponential equation, exponential functions, you can create a psi. You can actually describe the distribution of electrons using exponential functions. A combination, linear combination of, we call it as atomic orbitals. A linear combination of those atomic orbitals will give you molecular orbitals, okay, multiple such things. So you can describe complex molecules using that kind of approach. And this chi, it's a determinant. So this psi is looking like a determinant for a multi-electron system. There n is the number of electrons, okay? So we'll skip this because so many botany students are also there. They should not leave this group. Yes? How many botany students are here? Wow, good. Are you enjoying this talk? Yes, you want to change your subject to chemistry or physics? No. Okay, so you think about how you can apply this in botany. Okay, so you solve some botany problems also. Yeah, so I said, so there are methods, quantum mechanical methods which gives very, very high accuracy. That the prediction is going to be like almost like exact. Whatever you predict, you can observe in nature. That kind of accuracy. Whatever you predict, you do experiments, you will get that value. The prediction is going to be almost 100% accurate. But for that, the cost will be very high, and you can't treat very large molecules. But if you reduce the cost, then you are applying more and more approximations. Then you have other methods like linear scaling methods, and so on. And molecular mechanics, hybrid methods also you can apply for larger molecules, like Newtonian mechanics you can apply. And then you get, still you can have you can get better models. Yeah, so this kind of computer modeling and simulation is becoming very important, because previously when I was doing my PhD in the 1995 to 99, so first time I touched a keyboard when I started my PhD. During my MSc there was no computer. There was, final year there was a computer, the department purchased. Only one person could understand how to operate this and all. So the room is always locked. I saw that computer just from the outside, through the window. Not even allowed to enter into the room. Just one computer, very, very slow computer. So I never touched a keyboard. Okay, so still I took this challenge to go and do my PhD in computational chemistry. I went to Pune, first time I touched the computer keyboard. And at that time, the supercomputer, in 1995, I think my supervisor got collaboration from America, US. There they were using a supercomputer, its name was Cray. Okay, fastest available computer at that time. That fastest available computer cost must be around millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. And today I am using a mobile phone. This is a S23 Ultra. This is quite advanced model. And this mobile phone is, I think, several fold faster than that supercomputer. You see, I am using a mobile phone which is much, much faster than the supercomputer, the fastest computer 20-25 years ago. So what will happen if another 20-25 years ago? What will be the fastest computer now? It is in megaflop, teraflop gigaflop, like that. These numbers, you know? Yes, so it is like a number of floating point operations, mathematical operations you can do per second. So 10 to the power 15 mathematical operations you can do in 1 second. Is it possible? Can you think about it? 10 to the power 15. So what is that number? 1 and then 15 zeros. So if you want to add 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus up to 10 to the power 15, the computer will take 1 second. That is what? Exaflop maybe. Petaflop already achieved. Then next is exaflop. So next 10 to the power 19 and all, I think almost anything, any complex problem you can solve on Earth. That's what. Okay, so it is. That's why these artificial intelligence type things are coming up. The number of data, complex data that you can generate within a few minutes, a few seconds is huge. Okay, so you can analyze a lot of things, a lot of combinations, a lot of possibilities and all. So the computer can be like humans, or you can create robots. So that will behave like humans in the future. You can create artificial brains in that sense. Okay, so already, are you using ChatGPT? How many of you are using ChatGPT? It's a language model. How powerful it is. You see within seconds how it is done. Even if this algorithm was available, maybe 20 years ago, it was impossible because the computer was not fast. Okay? So now it is going to be faster and faster. So material science problems and most of the things will be done on a computer. You solve first and then you go to experimental lab to create it. That kind of things will come. And then in the morning I said the human interface, I mean our brain may be directly linked with such powerful computers. Yes, now you are using ChatGPT. Suppose your ChatGPT is installed in your brain, what will happen? You don't have to sit here. No? You think about other materials, immediately you get an essay in your brain. Yeah? Yes or no? Then there won't be any classes. So that's why AI is also dangerous at sometimes. Maybe an AI scientist can create his own robots and it will work based on his own instructions. And it's a machine, and it can be a killing machine. Yes? He will come and kill all of us. Will you allow such a thing? A machine based on the instruction of a scientist will come and shoot all of us. Means that is very dangerous. In the future, probably wars will be fought by robots, not by humans, probably. You want to live in that world? Let us say it happens after 50 years. And there won't be any death. All your aging organs, there will be medicine. If you eat a medicine, it will again be like a young organ. What will happen? You won't die. Immortality. It may happen after 50 years. There won't be any disease. If you want to live at that world, what you can do is you have to create another material, cryogenic material. Okay? So you write a document, you sign it. I want to be in the cryogenic state for 50 years. So you people are sleeping, I think. No, cryogenic state means, no, I'm not telling the fiction, like, okay, so you will be in a cryogenic state, that means no activities, you are like dead thing, but all organs are all preserved, everything is preserved. After 50 years, okay, so you wake up and live in that world. That's also possible, cryogenic materials. Okay, so that is another thing. So these are applications everywhere, in biology, medicine, even in botany also it can be applied, okay? Yeah, so I have done this research. This is my supervisor. I did my PhD with the Professor Gadre at Pune University. Around 17 students completed PhDs and funding from different sources. I would like to acknowledge them for their, great effort. Many are placed in different places. All are doing well, it looks like. Yeah, so this is the recent, or maybe 6 months old, my group with a visitor from France, Professor Morino, and a postdoc fellow. And in this, already these two completed last Harida, and the third one from that, Anjali, completed. She just submitted the thesis, and the fifth one, she got a job as a forensic scientific officer recently. But she will complete. How much time I have? Yes. I actually deviated from my talk a bit because my main purpose is to inspire you to more and more research science and all. Okay? How much time I have? 5 more minutes. I haven't started my research yet. Okay, so I am telling you about, I'll go very fast now. So once you solve the Schrodinger equation psi, okay, I told you now there is a wave function, a unique wave function associated with any molecular system or materials. If you identify that, you need to solve the Schrodinger equation, you get the psi. And then how will you get the psi is not observable. Wave function you can't observe. But if you square the wave function, psi square is observable. Psi square is what? Psi square becomes electron density. So it is a distribution. You can't see it. So like this fan, you can't see the 3 leaves over there. If it moves very fast, it becomes like a distribution. Everywhere it is there. Yes? So electrons in a very tiny space moving very fast. In heavy nuclei and all, it can approach the speed of light. Not exactly like speed of light, maybe a lakh kilometer per second, like that. So then there will be the problem of relativistic effect in heavy elements and all. Okay, so it moves very fast, and once you have the solving side, this rho of r, that integral equation, integration is for the distribution of the electron. If you integrate for the whole space, you get the total electron density, rho. Okay, so once you have that rho, it is just the electrostatic potential. You can calculate the electrostatic potential. Potential due to the nuclei, first term ZA is the nuclear charge. Okay, and nuclear charge based potential and electron density based potential, the combination becomes electron density distribution. And then so this distribution for benzene, aniline, nitrobenzene, you can see that blue color is increasing at some point. That places are electron rich regions. So you can characterize molecular systems. It is actually 15 kilocalorie electron density isosurface over here, electrostatic potential surface. Benzene, in the case of aniline, here NH2 group, amino group is electron donating group. That is what we study in chemistry. How many chemists are here? 1, 2, wow, only very few chemists. Okay, so nitrobenzene, you see nothing on this ring, no? So it withdraws the electrons. So basically, by doing this, you can actually understand more about molecules, their behavior. Suppose, for instance, hydrogen molecule. Hydrogen molecule, there is a HH bond. That is preliminary information. What else we should understand? Yes? If you ionize it, okay, if you want to eject an electron, what is the energy required? That becomes another information. Okay, is there any dipole moment? Is there diatomic molecule? There is no. In the case of water, there will be a dipole. So you can get this ionization electron. If you add an electron, how much energy is required? Okay, so if 2 water molecules are coming closer, or several water molecules are coming cluster, what is the structure? What kind of interactions are there? All you can compute. So for every molecule, several properties are available. So all you can compute. Okay, so information, more and more detailed information of the molecules. If you get, you understand more about the molecule. Not only that, what is the next stage of that molecules? What can be done? What can we do to get maximum out of these molecules from the next level of research. Yes? So that kind of thing, so it is basically the electron density distribution analysis. I will skip this topological analysis. It gives where the electron dense, most electron dense regions as well as the least electron dense regions you can understand. Or the deficient as well as rich regions, and also even the bonding characteristics of molecules can be done. And for instance, this is benzoic acid. That blue large cloud is for the carbonyl oxygen. The next biggest cloud is for hydroxy group. Then the third one over the ring is for the aromatic pi electron distribution. So we have used this electrostatic potential analysis to study large variety of molecular systems. So we used for understanding aromaticity effect, carbon allotrope cyclocarbons. We have even predicted another form of carbon. It is called the cyclocarbons. Then catalysis and so on, published so many papers. I'll skip this. So like that, we can understand the features of various molecular systems by looking at how the electron distribution changes by adding different groups to a simple ring, for instance. You can do this for any complex molecules. And this, for instance, in the second one's NH2 group influence you can quantify. The third one, the influence of CN group, C6H5CN, you can see, cyano group. And this effect is additive. And if you apply this group to another, let us say pyridine, or any other heteroaromatic rings, you can use the same quantity. I mean, you can extrapolate this and you can get correlations. And this paper classifies the entire substituent effect in chemistry. And this data is very useful for designing molecular systems with the required electronic properties, like in the case of drug designing, because the substitution, yeah, so this is another one. We studied a cation by interactions using this type of data. And recently my student Ramya studied lithium-ion batteries. We wanted to understand, we wanted to discover a carbon-based material, or you can say nanoflakes, carbon nanoflakes. So this is a fundamental study with different shapes, sizes of carbon structures, graphene-like structures is selected and studied the interaction with the lithium and lithium plus. Then we found that, see the first graph, lithium adsorption can be correlated with the electrostatic potential of the lithium atom, lithium nuclei. It's almost perfect correlation. So the second graph at the right side is on the carbon framework. So correspondingly, lithium accept electron density from the aromatic ring, and that means the carbon will lose the electrons. So there is so you see the inverse correlation is there at the other graph. In the case of lithium adsorption, similar observation is there. Yeah, so then she extended this to what is the application cell potential. So lithium-ion battery cell potential correlates with this kind of data. And then we also analyzed other phenomena. We found that during this analysis, we found that there is something called bond stretch isomerism can be observed in this kind of systems. So I will show you this one. This is ethylene. This lithium is interacting with this at 2 angstrom, and it passes through a transition state at this height and then changes to a long bond isomer at a higher distance, 2.79. So at 2.79 and at 2.05 angstrom, there are two structures minima. And so it is like you can think about a hopping mechanism. It goes up, down. So electron is released, electron is accepted and released like that. There is a hopping mechanism, which is very important in the lithium-ion battery. So we, in this study, yeah, so 2 lithium atoms interacting with the benzene ring is a potential energy surface. we found that this is a unique thing. Unique phenomena rarely observed in chemistry, bond-stretch isomerism. That means two different distance to minima. It is not really easy to observe, and it is there in this case of lithium-ion batteries. So you pull the electrons or push the electrons, that's it. And then we can apply this for catalysis, reductive elimination, hypervalent iodine complex, water splitting reactions. I said this entire thesis of Santhya was in water splitting reactions. So on a computer you can actually model your reactants and the products and also the transients. How much is the barrier for this reaction? Okay, so if you understand this barrier, you can predict the efficiency of this reaction, efficiency of the catalyst. It was a ruthenium-based catalyst, and so we made some predictions on that. And similarly, we made a cobalt catalyst for hydrogen evolution reaction. Based on the correlations, we predicted some new models for the catalyst. I think there are a lot of things. I'll skip this one. Yes. Then using this one, we explain the self-assembly process. Self-assembly process is also very important in creating soft materials. Okay, soft material, biodegradable materials and all. It is not a polymer. It is like a self-assembled molecules like a polymer. Between them there is no covalent bond. There is non-covalent interactions. Should be sufficient enough to keep that system strong, stable, and then if it is exposed to a slightly higher extreme condition, slightly or higher from the normal conditions to a slightly higher condition like temperature or solvation effect, it will dissolve. So you can think about a biodegradable type of polymers. So we found that all kinds of non-covalent complex we can address. We can actually correlate with the electrostatic potential data. And then we created this electron reorganization theorem for cooperativity. It's also highly cited. There is an electron cooperativity theory, and based on that, we understand the different molecular systems like ammonia borane clusters, the clustering of that, which can actually store hydrogens, and then polyion chains as a energy storage material, then cyclocarbons we discussed. In fact, there is a science paper after we published our paper in 2019, a group synthesized the cyclocarbons. So this is another form of another allotrope of carbon. Carbon atoms arranged in a ring. That is possible. They synthesized it. Now what we predicted is cyclocarbons is special because they have a double aromaticity. And then work on catalysis. We discussed, we contributed to the Grubbs olefin metathesis catalyst, very famous catalyst. In 2004, they got the Nobel Prize for discovering this catalyst. We understood why this catalyst is very active. Stereoelectronic features of this. Yeah, so recent work, gold catalysis, and then we just submitted a paper. I'll just show you that. So we showed that there is a possibility of formation of ladderings. It's like ladder-like molecules. The ladder, all the steps are CC bonds. All the connections are CC bonds, and every step you create, you save energy. And then we are saying that these ladderings can be synthesized as an energy storage material. And then CO2 capture work. And we predicted imidazolium fluoride ionic liquids. It's again an energetic ionic liquid. This is a prediction people are trying to synthesize it in VSSC, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. They are trying to synthesize it. We predicted that this kind of fullerene, fluorides, fluoride anion. So you see fullerene, there is an X over there. It's an anionic center. When you create an anionic moiety on the fullerene center, it becomes like a very large anion. Very large anion, and then there is a corresponding cation if you put it there, then the interaction energy is not so high like any other ionic media, ionic salts, so it can exist in a ionic liquid state. So its properties. And then I will stop after this one. C60, if you put a cation inside, endohedral fullerene, okay, a cation, let us say sodium plus is inside the C60. Somehow we can put Na plus inside the C60, then the entire fullerene is behaving like a very large cation. Similarly, Cl minus, if you put it inside fullerene, what will happen? The anionic charge is not on the Cl minus, it is spread over the carbon framework. So it will behave like a very large anion. So this is the combination of C60 at inside Na plus is inside the C60, the notation is at is used. C60 at Cl minus. You see, this is a highly positive charge and blue is negatively charged. So this kind of combination can capture a lot of hydrogen molecules. So this is the simulation of that and the data for that. This kind of material. So it's basically storing hydrogen in a sodium chloride in salt, but in commas, because the sodium chloride is not, sodium and chlorine are not connected. It is protected by a carbon framework. So if you create something like that, it becomes a wonderful hydrogen storage material. That's what we said. And then based on that, some more studies. That's it. Yeah, so we did only computation and also collaborated with the experimentalists, published even with Dr. Ajay Ghosh, we collaborated, and that work was published in Advanced Materials, one of the very high impact factor for that advanced materials, advanced functional materials. So we need someone to synthesize it also, computation and experiment. So gives you the synergy. And in 1966, this theoretical chemist, quantum chemist, Robert Mulliken got the Nobel Prize. So once you get the Nobel Prize, you address the gathering. So he said that in conclusion, I would like to emphasize my belief that the era of computing chemists, when hundreds, if not thousands of chemists will go to computing machine instead of the laboratory, for increasingly many facets of chemical information is already at hand. There is only one obstacle, namely that someone must pay for the computing time. So I mentioned no, in my PhD time, the Cray machine was $1 million, but today my mobile phone is much powerful than that Cray machine, $1 million. Okay, so the computing time, so we don't have to worry about that, it's very cheap now. Computer speed also very, very powerful now, very fast, and so many will go to the computing machine. I think many are already there in different fields. So for instance, if you want to study an explosive like octa-nitrocubane, okay, if you synthesize it, maybe everything will explode, but we can predict its properties on a computer. Okay, so thank you.
It's time for your questions. If you have any, you can ask.
Hello Suresh, when you were with Gedre, I were with BSM Rao there. We have sat several times for tea, jalebi, etc. Okay, hearty congratulations for a quantum chemist like you for presenting in a very simple starting in front of botanist and everybody. Yeah. Yeah. No, coming to as you know, the lithium ion, you have focused a lot in theory, in cell making and all. Lithium ion battery is quite common nowadays, even in EV and hybrid EV, etc. But can you say something about lithium and correlated with carbon? What you just say? Is it increase the efficiency of the battery, or?
That's what certain nanostructures, nanoflakes, we found that it's better.
Really?
That paper is getting now more citations. It's like very expensive.
Yeah. Okay. And one more thing. Is this sodium and chlorine in between?
Actually, sodium and potassium was
Possible.
sodium was not that good compared to potassium.
Yeah.
People are now dominating sodium. We should better potassium.
No, it is experimentally. I think it is yet to be possible that sodium in between, but it's theoretically possible. Good.
We found that efficiency still lithium is better.
Yeah, definitely.
We need to along with some maybe a combination.
And it was also quite interesting that some other materials you have shown in your transparency, along with lithium ion, and that is, of course, energy dispersing. Thank you very much. And now I am a retired principal, and still I am focusing in branch-wising to radical chemistry in BSR to environmental. Prashant is somewhere in government college. Yeah, he is my PhD candidate. Yeah. 1 month before, we have interacted. Okay.
Since we are running late, we have to stop this section.
People ask you a question. This whatever you study now, how will you apply it to a robotic problem? Show me a problem that you can take as a problem.
I think probably after lunch they will answer the question. Because the next session is going to be online, so please join us back at 1:40. So I know it's too short, but since we are running late, we have to adjust everything. So please be back at 1:40. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir. Okay, sir. Okay.
It's okay?
Okay. Yes, sir.
So I will show you the slides that I missed. So these are all the facilities that I was talking about. So we got amazing facilities in our center, and we have been actively collaborating with the industry partners and academic partners all around the world. Also, the director of the Busan National University, South Korea, Jikan Center, and Yokohama National University, Japan, Jikan Center. Can you see that slide now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. It is not moving. So these are all the papers that we have published in the top quality journals and in the field of the advanced nanomaterial. So we have a group that is divided into three. One group is mainly focusing on the advanced material, covering different materials like carbon nitrides, carbons, fullerenes, biomolecules with a highly ordered nanoporous structures. Another group is focusing on controlling the structure, functionalization of these nanostructures, and also use the theoretical calculation to understand and predict the properties of this material. Once we know the structures and have the material, you can apply them for different applications, for energy, environment, and health related one. So can you see that now? So which one you are seeing? Yes, okay. So for the last 20 plus years, I think we have we have discovered series of materials that includes carbon nanocage, carbon nanorods, carbon nanocubes, and functionalized carbon. And these materials have the surface area in the range of 1,000 to 4,500 meters square per gram, right? So that means 1 gram of the material can cover the surface of 1 football ground, right? So, and also we are the first one who introduced the nanoporosity, highly ordered nanoporosity in boron carbon nitride, gallium nitride materials, and so on. And we also made mesoporous fullerenes with the C60, C70, with the different stoichiometries and metal sulfates. And all these materials can be an excellent catalytic material or electrode material for energy storage and conversion. And not only the electronic materials or electrical material, but also the soft materials we made with the highly ordered nanoporous structures. And some of them are highly acidic metallosilicate materials and in the powder form. And these are widely used in the petrochemical industries, but our material is 6 times better than the zeolite-based material in terms of acidity. The carbon, the material that I have shown, they are in the powder form, but we can also make that materials in a film form. And very recently, we introduced the highly ordered nanoporosity in the biomolecules, including cytochrome C, lysozyme, and so on. So these are all the fascinating material. But the question is, can we use this material for solving the global issues? So what problem that we are talking about? Sorry, I'm repeatedly asking you. Can you see the slides now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, which one you are? CO2 concentration, that is the one?
That's a concentration in the muscle.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I think previously I was like a crazy man without realizing that you guys are watching the slides, and then I was giving a lecture. So sorry. I mean, I didn't see the WhatsApp message. I think that guy was sending a WhatsApp message, but I didn't see that.
But I don't know how he could just imagine that I could see the WhatsApp when I'm giving the presentation. Anyway, so this is a major problem that we are facing. The CO2 level in the atmosphere. Currently, it's a 425 ppm, right? It was less than 300 ppm 400,000 years ago. It was going up and down and up and down, up and down till 1950. But after 1950, the CO2 level in the atmosphere increased quite significantly. Right now, it's a 420 ppm, which is alarmingly high. Right? The reason for this high CO2 emission is because of the world energy consumption. The energy is mainly coming from coal, oil, and natural gas. The current world energy consumption is 580 exajoules. Right? It's extremely high. And in 2021 alone, we liberated more than 36 billion tons of CO2 to the atmosphere. Do you think it will stop? No, because the population is increasing and they need energy. In 2050, the energy consumption will be 750 exajoules, and all the energy should be coming from coal, natural gas, or oil if we continue to use the same model. And that will liberate almost 40 billion tons of the CO2. That will make a huge disaster to the world. Even with the current CO2 level, because that absorbs the heat and then the heat warms the earth. As a result, you get the unpredictable weather. Then how the world is just, managing that level for 400,000 years. But we have an ocean. Ocean is basic in nature, CO2 is acidic in nature. But it can absorb only 70 to 80% of the CO2. But the rest will just stay in the atmosphere and that increase that earth temperature. And that is causing the global warming. Right? And you see the flooding in Kerala, flooding in Japan, flooding in Chennai, and hundreds of thousands of people lost their life because of the change in the temperature and in the global warming. Right? That's why various governments are putting this new strategy that is called net zero strategy by enhancing the efficiency of the current energy system and using the renewable energy or expanding the renewable energy or innovating new technologies for the clean energy production. Then, of course, connect the public and the government to make a policy to suppress the CO2 emission to the atmosphere. And one of the strategy that developed by various governments around the world is the hydrogen strategy. Why hydrogen? The hydrogen, when it burns, it won't emit any CO2. It has got a high energy density and it can be stored without losing its energy. And we have a huge quantity of the resources that can produce the hydrogen. And from where the hydrogen is coming from currently, natural gas, crude oil, coal, and so on. But with the current technology, if you wanted to produce the hydrogen, 1 kg of hydrogen, people produce 10 kg of CO2. Because mostly it is coming from the natural gas, crude oil, and coal. But electrolysis, it is only 4%. And if you wanted to produce the same amount of the hydrogen, the 90 million ton of the hydrogen, then you need 3,600 terawatt hour electricity, right? But in 2050, the demand will be 530 million ton. But if you started to use the current technology, but then you can imagine how much CO2 that will generate. Because the current technology involves, say, gray hydrogen production, right? That is mainly coming from the natural gas and coal and so on. But unless otherwise you put some kind of adsorption technology, you won't be able to get the blue hydrogen. So therefore, people jump into the green hydrogen production that is either from the electrolysis or the photocatalytic approach. The electrocatalysis Of course, you will get green hydrogen, but you need a high pure water. But if you use the normal water, that may just corrode the electrodes and then suppress that activity. And the cost of the production of the hydrogen is very, very high. It's a $7.6 per kg. Therefore, people jumping into the photocatalytic hydrogen production, and the current technology gives only 1% solar to hydrogen conversion efficiency. But if you really wanted to achieve the low cost of $1.6 to $3.5 per kg, you have to have a solar to hydrogen conversion efficiency of almost 3 to 10%, right? But this technology seems favorable, it's commercially available because the sun energy hitting the earth is 885 million terawatt hour every year. So can we use the sun energy to generate clean hydrogen? So that is the $1 million question. But the question, that $1 million question is the source of water. See, for electrolysis, you need ultra pure water, but photocatalysis, you need just water. From where the water is coming from? See, in the world, we have 333 million cubic miles of water, and that 97% is a seawater. But fresh water is only 3%, but 3% you have 68.7% is in the form of ice caps and glaciers. 30% is a groundwater, right? And only the surface water is 0.3%. In that 87% is a lake, 11% swamps, and the 2% river. And you can't use that water. If you started to use that water, you will have another problem, another major problem. And even the Tamil Nadu government and Kerala government is fighting for the water. Kerala and Karnataka is fighting for the water. Tamil Nadu and Karnataka are fighting for the water. And if you started to use this one, and you are creating another problem. The another issue is that to produce 1 kg of hydrogen, you need a 10 kg of water. So you can imagine to produce 530 million tons of hydrogen, how much water that you need. And if you started to use the electricity to produce 1 kg of hydrogen, you need 55 kilowatt hour hydrogen. Sorry, the electricity. For 1 gigawatt plant, you need 200 meter cube of water. That's 1 meter cube is 1,000 liters of water, right? But for the salt water, you can use the salt water, but then you need 3.3 times of that water. Then you have to convert that salt water into normal water. To convert that one, you need a 7 kilowatt for just to convert 1,000 liters of water. So the total energy required for converting 1,000 liters of the water is a 5,500 kilowatt water. You can imagine how much energy that you need if you wanted to use the electrolysis. So our center has been actually working on this technology to produce the hydrogen from seawater, right? But not only that, we try to utilize that produced hydrogen for the fuel cell, and then the fuel cell generates energy, and then we store that energy using the batteries and supercapacitors. But all these things that is shown here, the ultimate clean energy storage and conversion device, require advanced nano-porous material, right? And that material, for example, if you wanted to convert the seawater, it has to have a semiconductor characteristics. But if you want to use it for batteries and supercapacitors, it has to have a high conductivity. But then you can also use that material for capturing the CO2 and converting that into methanol. The methanol is the feedstock for the fuel cell that generates energy. And this one, you need adsorbent material. So you need adsorbent material, photocatalytic material, and electrocatalytic material to make this ultimate clean energy storage conversion device that works only with the water and sunlight and CO2. When the sun is there, you can use this catalytic material to make it. When the sun is not there, the whatever energy is stored here can be used for electrochemically split this water. What you need is this amazing material. Right? So one of the materials is carbon nitrate, and that has the potential to split the seawater. So that forms my talk. So my talk, I'm going to show you how to make those fascinating material with controlled porous structures. And I will also show you how to control the structure and the nitrogen content of this fascinating material, and how you can control the crystallinity of this material. And once we have the material, then you can apply them for making this ultimate clean energy storage and conversion device. So how to make this nanoporous carbon-based material? First is adsorbent. To make the material, I use a simple approach. It's a templating approach. In the templating approach, we use the template. The template is the nano template with the highly ordered nanoporous structures. We fill the template with the carbon precursors and polymerize it and carbonize at a very high temperature, and then remove the silica, nano-silica template by sodium hydroxide or hydrofluoric acid. Then you will get the structure of the template into your final material. So to control the structure of this one, we use the template with the different structures. For example, if you want to get the three-dimensional structures or the different morphology, you change the template with the different structures and the morphology. So by doing so, you can have a material with the different structures and morphology, right? I will tell you first how to make those templates with nanoporous structures. So to make those nanoporous silica-based template, what we used is a small surfactant. That is nothing but your soap solution, right? So when you put it in water at lower concentration, it exists as a monomer, as you see here. When you change the concentration, it transforms itself into micelles in order to reduce the system entropy. But normally, when you have a micelles, we will add inorganic species, and then the inorganic species self-assemble with the surfactant to get hexagonal mesophase. And when you heat it at a high temperature, whatever the hydrophobic moiety here will be decomposed to create the nanoporous structure. But this normal hydrothermal process takes us 72 hours, which we don't want, which is not commercially friendly. So what we have introduced is hydrothermal combined with a microwave. When you combine the microwave with the hydrothermal, you can prepare this material in an hour with a highly ordered porous structure, as you can see here. But simply changing the temperature, you can tune the pore diameter of this nanoporous silica template. So once you have the template with the different pores, and you fill the template with the carbon precursor, it can be either glucose or fructose or sucrose, right? And you put it and then polymerize it with sulfuric acid and carbonize it and remove the silica template by sodium hydroxide, and you will get a very beautiful carbon with a tunable morphology. So that is the template prepared at a different temperature. So when you prepare the template at a different temperature, you can get the spherical morphology and rod-shaped morphology. Interestingly, these materials have a tunable pore diameter from 2 to 12 nanometer. So that the pore size is 2 to 12 nanometer, and here is maybe it's a 9 nanometer. That's prepared at 150 degrees centigrade, and this is a 12 nanometer. Just to give a kind of close look, throughout the sample, you can have highly defined nanoporous carbon material with the particles rising uniform in length and width. Okay? So this kind of amazing morphology can be effectively used as a adsorbent for capturing the CO2 molecule. But if you wanted to make an electrode material, you need to have materials with some kind of electrochemically active species, and how we can get that. So in this case, can you see the slides? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So which slide you are seeing now? Nanoporous metallosilicate with large pore and different structure. Hello?
Sir, we are the nanoporous.
Which one? Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the one, yeah. Okay, so to introduce the electrochemical species in the highly ordered nanoporous carbon, so what we have done is that we made template with the transition metal species. So interestingly, when we added the transition metal into the synthesis mixture, that disturbs the charge density of this material. When the charge density is disturbed, it tries to minimize the the charge balance or the charge density on the surface of this material. As a result, it tried to orient itself into a different morphology, right? As you see here, when you use the when added the niobium with less concentration, you get the rod-shaped morphology. But when we increase the niobium content, you could get the curved-shaped morphology, like a winding road-shaped morphology. The beauty here is that the niobium atoms are going and reacting with the silica species to get the niobium silicate. And some of the niobium is also formed as a niobium oxide and stays inside the pore. And we use this niobium silicate with the highly ordered nanoporous structures with a different niobium content as a template to make nanocarbon with the niobium species. But the similar strategy has been extended for the fabrication of different metallosilicate material like titanosilicate, ferrosilicates, scalosilicates, and so on. When we use that as a template to make a nanoporous carbon, we got a beautiful structures of a carbon with a rod-shaped morphology when we use the niobium silicate with a less niobium content. When we use the nanoporous niobium silicate with high niobium content with the winding road-shaped morphology, right? So just to give a kind of close look, you see throughout the sample you have the donut-shaped structures in your material. But interestingly, the niobium oxide nanoparticles are distributed formally on the surface of the nanoporous carbon. This strategy can be extended for the fabrication of different metal oxides material like copper oxide, iron oxide, titanium oxide, and nickel oxide, and so on. But the specific surface of the material is more than 1,500 meters per gram. So I have shown you how to make nanoporous carbon with different pore diameter, but different morphology with the different metal oxides nanoparticle. Here, the size of the pores dictates the size of the nanoparticle. If you have a nanoparticle with the pore size similar to 2 nanometer, 3 nanometer, you have the particle size, the metal oxide particle size will be 2 nanometer or 3 nanometer. Because the size will be similar to the pore size of the template that we have made. This is one way of controlling the morphology of the material. But other way of controlling the morphology is, you add salt synthesis approach, or you change the synthesis time and the temperature. You can have a different morphology. But if you add some additives, again, you can change the morphology of the material. Okay, so I have shown you how to make a nanoporous carbon with different pore diameter and different morphology with a different transition metal oxide species. But now the question is, can we control the structure of this nanoporous carbon? Yes. To control the structure of this material, we have changed the nature of the surfactant from fluoronic P123 or cationic surfactants to tripropyl with the large head group area, that's ethylene oxide 106. When you use this copolymer, you will get the spherical micelles. And that gives the three-dimensional cage-type mesopore within a NAVA using the microwave-assisted strategy. By tuning the pore diameter, by tuning the temperature, tune the pore diameter of this silica-based material. So when we use that as a template, we got a highly ordered nanocarbon with the three-dimensional nanostructures. As you can see here, the prepared material has a three-dimensional nanoporous carbon with a highly uniform pores. I mean, this is a real high-resolution transfusion microscopic image of nanoporous carbon with the three-dimensional pore structures. You see, the pores are organized in a three-dimensional way. So the specific surface area of the material is again more than 1,500 meters per gram. The pore volume is 2.8 centimeter per gram. That is the champion data in the world. See, any kind of absorption, you need a highly ordered porosity with a very high surface area and large pore volume. And then only you can get a higher amount of the absorption capacity. Okay. But Rani, so should I talk for 30 minutes or 45 minutes? Because it's already 8:30. So other speakers must be waiting.
Sir, you still have 10 more minutes.
Sorry?
Sir, you have 5 to 8 minutes more.
So okay. So I will just then quickly finish it. Okay. So hello. Yeah. So
Please continue, sir.
okay. Thank you. So the other part of the talk, I'm going to discuss about the graphite carbon nitride, which is a quite amazing material with the semiconducting characteristics. There are five different kinds of carbon nitride: alpha, beta, graphitic, cubic, and pseudocubic carbon nitride. And among this carbon nitride, graphitic carbon nitride has a unique structures with the trusses triacin, and that has got a free enriched groups on the edges that gives a high basicity. The band gap of the material is 2.7 electron volt, and we can synthesize this material using the high nitrogen containing materials. It's like melamine, cyanamide, diacyanamide, and so on. And with this approach, you would get only non-porous carbon nitride material. Even with the non-porous carbon nitride material, people use this material for various applications: electrocatalysis, photocatalysis, and CO2 absorption, and so on. So what we have done is to make a carbon nitride with a different nitrogen content, and we control the structure of this material, and we tune the amorphous and crystalline characteristics of the material, and we C2 hybridized carbon. That is coming from the triazole moiety. But from the X case, one can see the strong pi stacking that is coming from the graphitic nature of the carbon nitrate. But C3 and 4 has a tristis triazine, but the CH analysis shows that it has got a C3 and 5 stoichiometry, right? And that is coming from the triazole moiety, and that gives the sp2 hybridized carbon and then more conductivity. Interestingly, the band gap of the material changed from 2.7 to 2.2 electron. So we have prepared C3 and 5 and C3 and 4 and C3 and 5 with a highly ordered nanoporous structures, and these are all the world first carbon nitride material with the C3 and 5 stoichiometry with highly ordered porous structures. We are the first one who discovered this material now. Hundreds of researchers are working on this area. But can we make C3 and 6 and C3 and 7? Yes, but you have to change the chemistry. Chemistry from triazole to amino guanidine. So, right, when we use the 2 moles of the amino guanidine and self-condense it at high temperature with the diamino tetrasin, and that undergoes polymerizations to get these highly stable tetrasin-based polymer, and that gives a C3 and 6 with a highly ordered mesoporous structure. Right? Again, you can tune the pore diameter by simply changing the pore diameter of the template prepared at a different temperature. But when you use the large pore diameter, you get the C3 and 6. But when you use the small pore diameter, you get the C3 and 5. And that changes the band gap of this material. But this is the one way of controlling the pore, stoichiometry of this material. But other ways by doing the thermodynamic control. We just change the temperature, but vary by using the different precursors, the 5-amino tetrazole. When we use this 5-amino tetrazole and heat it at a different temperature, together with the templating process, and you will get a C3 and 5, C3 and 6, and C3 and 7 by adjusting the temperature. You see, the NN bond increases when you decrease the temperature, right? And that is mainly coming from the triazole, right? But when you look at the TEM image, you see you get the mesoporous structures with a crystalline, partially crystalline, and C3 and 4, C3 and 5, and C3 and 7 stoichiometry. We use that one for the oxidation reactions. When you have a high nitrogen content, the current density increases. That is mainly because of the fact that the high nitrogen content helps you to absorb the large quantity of the oxygen molecule, and that helps to improve the charge transfer and then enhance the conductivity of this, current density of this material. And we also use the theoretical calculus. And that is mainly due to the fact that the carbon-doped carbon nitrate has a much higher conductivity than the C3 and 5 structure, carbon nitrate with the C3 and 5, right? And then, but all this material that I have shown is amorphous in nature. But now I am going to show you such a materials in a crystalline form, how we can make it. So what we have done is that we add salt together with the carbon nitrate precursor. What the salt does is that improve the polymerization and inhibit the decomposition of the precursors and stabilize the structure of the carbon nitrate, right? So the salt that we use is the potassium chloride and then the lithium chloride. When we use that one, we could get the highly crystalline carbonated. First, we made a supramolecular assembly approach, and that gives the different morphology. But when we use that supramolecular assembly synthesized highly crystalline carbonated, you see the performance increased to 12,000 micromole of hydrogen, right? From 7,500 to 12,000. This is mainly due to the fact that you have active sites, the edges of the active sites, and that significantly help to split that water into hydrogen. But these are all the normal water, right? But to get the better performance, we introduced the mesoporosity in the highly crystalline carbonated with C3 and 5 by combining the templating technique. So we got the nanoporous carbonated with a highly ordered mesoporous carbon with the non-porous crystalline carbonated. With the non-porous crystalline carbonate, the performance is just less than 20,000. But when you use this crystalline carbonated, you see the performance increased to 50,000 in the sea water, right? This is the groundbreaking discovery that we have made. So nobody in the world made nobody in the world was able to split the seawater into hydrogen by using the visible light. And this is the material that has the potential to split the seawater into hydrogen. But what we need is that advanced nanomaterial, right? And then we also use, I just want to show this one. And we tested our material with water collected from different beaches in Australia, and it works very well. And most of the water, collected from different beaches gives almost 50,000 micromole of water. See, we increased from 300 to almost 50,000 micromole of hydrogen by just simply modifying the stoichiometry of this carbon nitride. So just to give a kind of close look, can you see the video? Can you see that slide? Yes. Okay. Sorry. So you see, we took the water bottle with the material on the bottom, and we shined the sunlight, right, and projected towards the material. You see how fast the hydrogen is produced. It is not the electrochemically assisted one. It is a visible light photocatalytically assisted water splitting of the seawater, right? So how fast the hydrogen is produced in this one, right? So you can set it up in every household like a solar panel. And this is going to change the world, right? So can you imagine that you go and collect the seawater and put it in a car, and then on the surface of the car, and based on this, with the help of the sunlight, it generates hydrogen, and you feed that hydrogen into the fuel cell and run the car without any gasoline or petrol or diesel or whatever, right? But what we need is this fascinating material that we have discovered in our lab, right? And we could increase that performance by modifying the surface of the material by the semiconducting two-dimensional nanostructures, right? Tungsten sulfide. When we add the tungsten sulfide in the carbon nitrate, the performance increased 20 times more, that from 50,000 to almost 80,000, 55,000 to almost 80,000 after 5 hours. So the solar to hydrogen conversion efficiency is now 3.5, right? But so far in the world, people made only 0.1% solar to hydrogen conversion for the seawater splitting, but we could increase to 3.5. That's a world record. We just filed a patent of this technology, right? And we can even make it without even adding the platinum, right? Without platinum, we could get almost to 20,000 micromole, right? And this is a system that we used But what we wanted to do is that we wanted to put this kind of solar assisted water splitting on the sea, right? So you can float these cells like the solar cells and they generate hydrogen and bring it to the petrochemical industries or smelting industries or even transport to the household. So this is my first part. And then the second part, if you give me 2 or 3 minutes, I will just quickly finish it. The same material, you can use it with a slight modification with the metal sulfide. You can use it as an electrode for lithium-ion battery and sodium-ion battery, right? So we prepared the iron sulfide doped carbon nitride material, and that has got a high conductivity. Used as an electrode material for the lithium-ion battery. We got 1,750 milliampere hour per gram. Sodium-ion battery is almost 300 milliampere hour per gram. And to improve the performance, we dope that material with a transition metal. And when we dope it, the performance increased to 2,031 milliampere hour per gram, right? With a high stability. The performance increase when you increase the number of the cycles from 50 cycles to 100 cycles. You see the performance increase. That's mainly because of the fact that the nano sheet is converted into nano particle, and that improves the performance of this material. So this is the energy storage. Now I am going to show you the CO2 capture. So the same material that I have shown you, the carbon material with the different porous structures and stuff, you can prepare this material using the biomass, like beetroot, bread, Coca-Cola, Fanta, milk, you name it. But with our dual activation technique, you can make this material with a very, very high surface area of 4,500 meters per gram, right? And I just wanted to skip this one. And we use the different biomass like almond skin, casein, alligator weed, grape mark, and lotus. And one of the material could absorb almost 2 tons of CO2 per ton of metal. That is 2 times higher than the Elon Musk target. Elon Musk target is 1 ton per ton, and ours is 2 tons per ton, right? And again, we broke the world record, right? And very recently, we used the beetroot as the biomass, and we could get almost 2.5 ton of CO2 per ton of the material. This is mainly due to the fact that it has got a hierarchical structure with both microporosity and mesoporosity, and that could help us to absorb huge quantity of the CO2 molecule. But we are not only absorbing CO2, but also converting that CO2 into value-added product, and that is a methane or a CO. But the electrocatalytic approach with the photocatalytic approach or the thermocatalytic approach, we can make the thermocatalytic approach. We can make a methane with 100% conversion and 100%, almost 90% selectivity. So we made that material in a bulk quantity, so not in the lab scale, but also in the bulk scale. Hundreds of kilograms of the materials can be made in our lab. So this is a bulk production facility that we have set up here. And also we made 2 ton capacity of the CO2 capture plant. So that was designed here and built in India. So you see here, this is a 2 ton capacity that we made based on the biomass derived carbon. So if you put that water splitting, seawater splitting, and fuel cell oxygen reduction reaction, carbon capture and its conversion, and battery technology, if you can integrate everything, you will be able to generate hydrogen just with the water, or energy just with the water and sunlight and CO2. You don't need anything else. And this is the ultimate clean energy storage and conversion device. So what we need is the material. With that material, you can make this device. This device can help to drive a car without gasoline thousands of kilometers. What you need is sunlight. When the sunlight is not there, whatever energy stored here can be used to electrochemically split water, that generate hydrogen. That hydrogen can be fed into the fuel cell, and that generates energy. That energy can be used for driving the car. Okay? So with this, I would like to conclude my talk, and I also like to acknowledge my team. So thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you. Sorry for all the technological issues. Okay.
We are really enlightened by your informative and enthusiastic words, sir. I express my hearty gratitude for sharing your valuable time with us and inspiring us your presence.
Thank you, sir. If anybody wants to ask any questions, you can ask now.
Hello, Professor Ajay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Your nano field work is very interesting because the size of your material is in between, I think, so 2 to 5 nanometer or some other thing 20 nanometer. Am I correct? Hello?
Yeah, tell me.
The size of the process is between 2 to 5 nanometer. Am I correct?
No, you can tune from 0.5 nanometer to 30 plus nanometer.
30 plus nanometer. Okay, good. How in the material science way, how that nano size can be intercalated with the big size for getting your activated and breakthrough work? What sort of mechanism? Is it temperature dependent or some other factor?
So the moderator, can you just repeat the question please, because I can't hear it properly.
Sir, he wants to ask whether the pore size is controlled by temperature or not. I think. No. See, he just wanted to know how you control the pore size of the mesoporous material.
Yeah. How to control the pore size. So the pore size can be controlled in a different way. Okay. So we are using the templating strategy. Okay. So in the templating strategy, we use the nano porous template with the different pores. Right? So when you have a pore, if you fill that pores completely with the material, then you don't have enough space. What space you have is the template space. But if you are not filling the pores completely, or if you are filling the pores partially, then you are creating the empty space. Those empty space will be added to the template wall thickness. Right? So this is a one way of controlling the pore diameter of the material. But in the soft templating strategy, we control the pore diameter by simply changing the molecular weight of the surfactant. That means the hydrophobic chain length of the surfactant. When you change the hydrophobic chain length, the pore diameter of the template will be changing. So this is the second way. The third way is, so you have a surfactant, of course it will give the constant pore diameter. But if you increase the temperature, right, it may decompose that one into smaller fragment. That may act as a swelling agent. When it acts as a swelling agent, the pore size expands. Right? This is a third way of increasing the pore diameter.
Yes, thank you very much. Now it is clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions from participants? Yeah. So one more question.
Hello, sir. I just want to ask one question. That is, you already mentioned in the slide that you have conducted crystallinity control in carbon-based materials. Did you conduct such crystallinity control?
Your voice is echoing. Sorry. Okay. So, if you have a question, you write to me. I'll be happy to answer by email. Okay?
Okay, sir.
I don't want to stop the proceedings. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Thank you. So please move on to the next presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry for all the technological issues, but I promise Ronnie that I will come to SDC in person. I will give the same talk. Okay? Okay, no issues. No issues. Bye. Thank you.
Now I welcome Dr. Zia Jose, Scientist D.
Okay.
We are delighted to welcome Dr. Achal Chandran, Senior Scientist at CSIR, National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, India. Dr. Chandran completed his PhD in Engineering from CSIR National Physics Laboratory, New Delhi, and began his scientific career at CSIR Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute, Pilani. His expertise lies in electronic materials and devices, including piezoelectric and triboelectric nanogenerators, flexible sensors, microelectric mechanical systems packaging, and low-temperature co-fired ceramics technology. Dr. Chandran has authored over 50 high-impact publications, licensed a technology, and holds 2 patents. He is the recipient of numerous prestigious awards, including the INAE Young Engineer Award 2022, CSIR Young Scientist Award 2021, and Kerala State Young Scientist Award 2022. He has also been honored with international fellowships and recognition from esteemed societies. Currently serving as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and a Senate member of Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, Dr. Chandran's contributions exemplify his dedication to advancing science and technology. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Achal Chandran, sir.
Thank you for the nice words of introduction. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So shall we start?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll share some slides. So is the slides visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I hope it is in full screen.
Yes.
Okay. So a warm welcome to one and all for this talk on advanced printed electronics from indigenized materials to functional devices. So myself, Dr. Achal Chandran, I am working as a senior scientist in Material Science and Technology Division of CSIR NIST Trivandrum. So today we will be seeing about the status and scope of printed electronics in India. Hello? Hello?
Also, yes, it is audible.
Audible. Okay. So since it is like online mode, we may have to get a feedback in between. Otherwise, I may not be able to know whether it is connected or not. Okay. Shall I continue?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So why indigenization of printed electronics is important? as we know, there is an increased demand of advanced printing technologies, including high-quality conductives, energy-efficient electronics, compact devices in our country. And hello, yeah. So out of 90% of electronic components are imported in our country. And for a country to be self-reliant in their strategic electronics and societal sectors, we need to indigenize the technologies, especially the technologies in the area of electronics. If you see the global market of flexible and printed electronics, global market is around 37.1 billion US dollars, including displays, conductives, sensors, various kind of lighting devices, batteries, logic devices, and e-textiles. And the market is growing with a CAGR of 21.5 percentage, and it is expected to reach 20.7 billion by this year. So in India, the demand of affordable electronic materials and printable components are very high, but no market-ready technologies are available. So our efforts are in line with Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and Vikasit Bharat missions of Government of India. Against this background, I have joined CSIR Siri Pilani in 2016 in the area of smart sensors, where we work on printable devices on LTCC technology. So LTCC is nothing but low temperature co-fired ceramic technology. So there we can print devices on various like layers and stack together to become a complete functional module. So it is basically used for MEMS packaging kind of applications. So in printed electronics, we were basically into customized sensor packaging, thick film sensor electrode, printed gas sensor modules, LTCC hot plates. So these were some of the devices which has been developed at CSIR Siri Pilani. In the first half of the talk, we will be focusing on that. In 2019, I got a chance to move to CSIR NIST in the area of material science and technology, where we are basically into printed electronic materials and devices, including customized substrate, functional inks, flexible heaters, self-sterilizing fabrics, nano generators, and tactile sensors. So we'll be seeing about the development happened in 2016 to 19, where we are basically into customized sensor packaging using LTCC technology. We have packed indigenous sensors by our own customized solutions, especially FET devices, gas sensors, pressure sensors, then pressure sensor with application-specific IC integration and inertial sensors. You can see some of the devices which has been packed at the CSIR. So these projects were done for the strategic sector agencies of our country, including ISRO, DRDO, and BARC. So we also have developed various kind of indigenous printed sensors on ceramic and alumina-based platforms. So basically, these work were carried out for a DRDO lab called DRD Golior. Around 300 numbers of sensor electrodes we have carried out to DRDO, DRD Golior, and they were basically used for detection of malaria and dengue. And this was one of the important import substitution activity. Currently, what they were using is imported sensors from various companies abroad. And these are like cost-effective and one-time use of sensors. And I think I'm getting a feedback. Okay. So these sensors had for this particular activity, our team has been awarded with Foundation Day Award from CSR Siri Pilani, and we also developed a certain kind of affordable CO sensor modules, especially on printer technology. So you can see that the design, assembly, breadboard validation, packaging, everything has been done in-house. So this circuit, everything has been developed on a printable platform. Okay, so printable platform gives easiness for miniaturization and compact packaging. Moreover, the form factor of the whole sensor or the whole system will be much lower. So the basic module, what we have developed on this alumina, has able to detect carbon monoxide gas of 100 ppm or higher level with a very miniaturized electronics, and the total bill of material was less than 500 rupees. So we also developed various kind of micro hot plates on LTCC platform, low temperature co-fired ceramic platform. So these are the various versions of LTCC hot plates, starting from FMD type, double spiral type, and LTIVA. LTIVA is the latest version, where LTCC interconnects through vertical axis. You can see that the connections are taken through an innovative patented technology, that is LTIVA. So through interconnects, we can take these. So the initial version for getting a temperature of 300 degrees was consuming a power of around 2 watts. So then using this LT-bar design, we were able to come down to a power consumption of 0.9 watts for getting a temperature of 600 degrees Celsius on these miniaturized or maybe micro scale based heaters, mesoscale based heaters, 3.2 into 3.2 mm size. So the temperature stability of this is up to like almost 600 degrees Celsius, and it can go up to a temperature of 300 by consuming less than 1 watt power. And these are very rugged and reliable kind of technology with the novel interconnects. And these projects or these products, what we have developed under a flagship program of CSIR called Fast Track Translational Activity. So the technology of LTCC hot plate has been inducted for microfarming applications of DRDO. So this is technology induction success story. Basically, that current technology, what DRDO is using for microfarming is based on heavy inductors based one. So it is being shown here. These kind of conductors are being utilized for the heat transfer. Basically, at the Leh Ladakh region, the main challenge is the temperature. For in microfarming, what DRDO is doing is like they are growing highly nutrient rich plants in a container or a shelf life almara kind of manner. They're ready to eat vegetables. They are growing for army jawans. So this technology is very innovative for the viewpoint of army jawans, since they are getting packed food for their day-to-day life, especially in the area of Leh, Ladakh, and all. So those who are in bunkers, ready to eat like vegetables will be very much useful, especially for their psychological effect and also for their health. So the technology need to be miniaturized. These kind of convective heaters cannot be used in that platform. So they came to us, DRDO came to us for developing various kind of printed heaters that can be integrated. And the main advantage of these heaters are they are very low power consuming kind of things. So we integrated heaters, and the overall power consumption of a whole Almara kind of unit was less than 100 watts. So that too, we can make it solar power and also battery chargeable battery power, so that it can directly be installed on point of care sites. So within 3 days, we were able to germinate the seed, even if the outside temperature was less than -3 degrees Celsius. And within 7 days, we were able to get these ready to eat vegetables for these army jawans. So the main challenge in this particular area is like seed germination and growth. So for seed germination and growth, we need a minimum 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, it will take long time. And if the temperature go below 5 degrees Celsius, then germination won't happen. So round the clock, our heaters were able to keep the containers at a temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius, and the optimum plant growth has been ensured. So this happened at the highest terrestrial research center of DRDO, that is in Leh and Changla. So that institute is called DIHAR, Defense Institute of High Altitude Research. 2 microfarming unit has been successfully integrated with our hot plate at Leh and Changla centers, which is almost 18,000 feet above the sea level. And currently those are going under trials, and for the last 3 years, the data is proper and it is working perfectly. So coming to the activities where currently we are engaged is basically the development of various kind of customized substrate, functional ink and printed devices for flexible heaters, self-sterilizing fabrics, nano generators, and tactile sensor kind of applications. So development of materials for printed electronics is also important, because when I was at Siri Pilani, that time we were using the materials which is imported from foreign countries, especially from the key players like DuPont, Harris, then Ferro A6, like that. So these kind of multinational companies, so the cost of materials are also very high, and moreover the customization of material for our application requirement is also limited. So that thought has led to the development of indigenous materials, especially customized substrates including LTCC, HTCC, polymer ceramic composite, and flexible substrates. So we can fine tune the parameters of substrate and also the functional inks. So some of the LTCC tape developed at CSR NIST is being shown here, and some of the conductive inks, including silver and gold, which is printed on this kind of substrate, is also shown here. So we also developed various kind of conductive paste, including dielectric, then resistive kind of ink, and also various functional inks, including piezoelectric. So some of those inks are being showcased here. So currently these programs are being supported by the strategic sector agencies of our country, including ISRO. SAC Ahmedabad, they require space qualified EPCC tape and compactable gold paste for their satellite application. And a couple of Indian industries are collaborating with us, including BHEL, Aron, Taclog, and SLS. So one of the key important development in this particular area is a Solar Grand Challenge Award recently we have received from DST with a sum of around 346 lakhs. So BHEL is partnering with us in this particular project where we will be developing conductive paste for solar cells. So this is basically a commercial grade low temperature curing silver paste we will be developing, and this is the process flow of conductive solar paste development. If you see the developed paste of CSIR NIST with the key players outside like DuPont, Harris, and Dicotech, the performance is par with other companies, including their sheet resistance values, viscosity, and solid content. And these can directly be used as the replacement for the current SJT solar cells. So likewise, we can achieve complete indigenization. Currently, BHEL is importing these solar cell paste from Harris. So BHEL is one of the largest solar cell SJT solar cell manufacturers in India. They have this plant at Gurgaon. So basically, in line with this Atmanirbhar Bharat mission of Government of India, we are developing this conductive paste and being that will be supplied to BHEL for realization of their SJT solar panels. So the very first device we have developed out of our conductive ink is a flexible heater-based customized CND ink printed on a plastic substrate. So basically, this ink, what we have developed, like carbon nanotube-based ink, is a room temperature curable ink that has been developed for the very first time. So the power consumption of this particular ink, if on a heater, once we have made a heater out of this particular ink, the power consumption is almost like 137 milliwatt per centimeter square that you can see here for achieving a temperature of around 125 degrees Celsius. The power consumption was less than 137 milliwatt per centimeter square. And if you see the on-off characteristics of this particular heater, the heater is very fast responding. That means within 10 seconds, it is achieving a temperature of 120 degrees Celsius. And in another 10 seconds, it is coming back to room temperature. So these are very fast responding kind of heaters. Then if you see the temperature distribution over the complete area, if you see that on application of 7.5 volt, we were able to get a temperature of 125 degrees Celsius. So these heaters are printed on plastic substrate, so completely flexible kind of thing, and this can be used for various kind of thermotherapy applications. So at the time of COVID-19, we thought of utilizing our expertise in developing various kind of flexible heaters for developing self-sterilizing fabrics for PPE applications. So there appeared a report in WHO website stating that heat at 56 degrees Celsius can kill SARS coronavirus at a rate of 10,000 units per 15 minutes. And in Lancet, there appeared a report stating that these virus inactivation can be much faster if you escalate the temperature to 70 degrees Celsius. And almost at the same time, a group of researchers from Israel, they came up with a technology of a reusable face mask that can achieve a temperature of 70 degrees Celsius by consuming 30 minutes of time. And they used carbon fibers, conductive carbon fibers, for realizing these kind of reusable face masks. So the problem with the carbon fibers are like there will be like continuous carbon fiber deployment is also not possible because that will hinder the air passage through this mask, and also for getting a temperature of 70 degrees Celsius it took almost 30 minutes. So almost at the same time we developed a technology of developing flexible heaters on polyester substrate by using in-house developed silver ink. So these silver ink we have printed through an innovative design called a Hilbert design. So second order Hilbert design we have utilized for this particular application, and over an area of almost 4.5 centimeter into 4.6 centimeter, we have developed a heater kind of platform. And on application of around 5 volt DC, we were able to get a temperature of almost 125 degrees Celsius. So by consuming a power of less than 5 watts, we were able to retain this temperature. So if you see the power consumption per unit centimeter, then the power consumption is less than 240 milliwatt. So that much less power consuming heaters we developed, that too on a flexible substrate. And the heat distribution, if you see, almost uniform heat distribution of the complete area we were able to retain. And the most importantly, the on-off characteristics. So within 30 seconds, these heaters were able to attain a temperature of 120 degrees Celsius. And again, on switching off, it will come down to room temperature in another 30 seconds. So comparing to the technology developed by Israel, this is much faster. Those took almost 30 minutes. Here in 30 seconds, we were able to achieve that to a temperature of 120 degrees Celsius. So 120 degrees Celsius is the standard sterilization temperature where any kind of microorganisms cannot be stand. So their technology, they were almost able to attain a 70 degrees Celsius only. So this is the beauty of this particular self-sterilizing fabric, because we integrated this heater into a stopgap kind face mask, and we have tested these against gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria successfully, and a patent has been filed on this particular technology. So you can see that this can be worn by any kind of medical persons who is going near to a patient. So while switching it on, the surface temperature of these cartridges, so that will be at a temperature of 120 degrees Celsius or higher, or even that is user controllable temperature. And whenever they are away from the patient, they can switch it off. So instead of washing and all, you can just sterilize by using heating. And these are washable also. That is again another important application of these printed heaters. So this particular invention has fetched us CSIR Young Scientist Award. And again, the same thing has been utilized for making a smart band for thermotherapy kind of application. So the same technology, by utilizing a silver carbon compositing, we have developed a thermotherapy patch which can withstand almost like 50 cycles of washing, and also any kind of bending, flexing kind of things, the temperature has been retained. So this will be used for as a replacement for hot water bags. So during travel and all, any kind of musculoskeletal pain we can treat by using these kind of portable, flexible, wearable kind of smart band. So user can set the temperature. Once the temperature is set, it will automatically cut off. And again, if the temperature is down from the set value, it will again switch on. So that kind of closed-loop feedback control mechanism we have provided. Okay. So the same technology we have utilized for making various kind of smart devices for cold deserts, especially wearables for cold deserts, including warm glove, warm insole, warm jacket. So you can see that the performance of these warm gloves, insole, and jacket with respect to their power consumption. So 2 watts for warm glove, warm insole almost like 5 watts, and for warm jacket and 12 watts. So these are completely battery powered kind of designs. So this will be very much useful for army jawans and also for the people who are living in cold desert area. So instead of heavy jackets and boots, they can wear lightweight, battery powered, life-saving kind of wearables. So this has been developed under an OLP project supported by CSIR. Currently, CBRD already is interested in this particular technology, and we are in dialogue with them. So here comes the end of this particular heater development. So our team also work on various kind of nano generators for self-powered electronic applications. So basically, nano generators, especially the kinetic energy harvesting kind of devices, are very much important as we can harvest energy from our surrounding. So almost like 60 watts equivalent power is getting lost on every single step. If almost like 1% of and they are utilizing the properties of compact electrification and electrostatic induction. These are green, portable, and sustainable source of energy. You can see that basically on contacting two dielectric materials, contact electrification happens, and on separation on the backside of electrode, electric charges are being induced, if you connect it to an external circuit, you can get a sufficient electron flow. That means the electricity that can be used for powering various kind of devices, including microwatt to milliwatt power consumption range, like IoT-enabled sensors, cardiac pacemakers, Bluetooth devices, micro heaters, MEMS sensors, and actuators. So those are the arena of application. Very first device what we have developed for this particular application is a spring-assisted triboelectric nanogenerator that you can see here. The spring-assisted nanogenerator, which generated a power density of almost 2 milliwatt per meter square by utilizing PMMA and PVDF. These two polymers as the contact layers, we were able to power various kind of electronic gadgets. And we have seen that if we increase the mechanical force from finger tapping, palm tapping to foot tapping, the output voltage has again been enhanced. And this we have published in Sustainable Energy and Fuels in 2021. Then we have seen that if you incorporate various kind of 2D materials, especially hexagon boron nitrate kind of materials, into one of the contact layer of this triboelectric material, we can enhance the power by almost 20 times. So we were able to enhance this power density of these kind of nano generators to a level of 0.14 watt per meter square. And this innovative kind of nano generators based on 2D material, especially boron nitrate based material, are published in a high impact journal called Nano Energy in 2021. Then further we found that if you enhance the contact area by doing some sort of micro structure or creating micro patterns on the contact layers, especially on PDMS, and if you take some kind of electrospun nanofibers as the counter material, these combinations will enhance the power output because of the increased surface area. Okay, so the device what we have developed here based on this high performance triboelectric nano generator based on micro patent PDMF and electrospun cellulose has able to generate a power output almost 180 times than of planar structures. So the voltage output was almost like 400 volt. Current density was 3 milliampere per meter square and power density of almost 0.9 watt per meter square. So that you can see that the device design, fabricated and all, and the reliability testing almost more than 10,000 cycles, the output was almost the same. And we also developed various kind of nano generators from waste materials, especially from the polypropylene material derived from face mask, and also waste mylar or plastic kind of material contact lens. And that kind of like nano generators has resulted in a power output of almost 11 milliwatt per meter square with an area of active area of 6 centimeters square. And these products we have developed under CSAR supported project, and this has been published in ESA Supplied Materials and Interface a couple of years back. So this is the arena of like the triboelectric nanogenerator, but we also develop various kinds of printable piezoelectric nanogenerators, especially lead-free kind of piezoelectric printed nanostructures we have developed. That is based on KNN. KNN is a lead-free piezoelectric material. That is sodium potassium niobate based piezoelectric nanomaterial. We formulated the ink that can directly be printed as array form so that tactile sensing mapping is possible. So touch to electricity conversion is feasible for this complete 4x4 array of sensors. And importantly, we have developed an interface electronics which ensures crosstalk free signal acquisition from all the 16 channels. So that you can see here, from all the 16 channels, without any crosstalk at a time, we can tap all the signals. So this we have published in Journal of Material Chemistry this year. So this is very recent development in triboelectric nanogenerator from our group. We found that on integrating a certain kind of morph material into a polymer, we can tailor the triboelectric property of a material. So the same material we can make into tribo positive as well as tribo negative by suitably selecting certain kind of metal organic frameworks. So the base material what we have selected here is electrospun band nanofibers, so polyacrylonitrile nanofibers. So when we introduced the SIF8 and SIF67 kind of morph material, so it has been acting as tribo negative material, when we were adding certain other kind of MOF like MIL and HKUST, then this same material like polyacrylonitrile has behaved as tribopositive. Tribopositive means those materials will have a uh, tendency to lose electron and get positive charge, and tribonegative means those will accept these kind of electrons or during contact electrification. So that is an innovative design. Like the same material, you can tune to either positive side or to negative side by suitably selecting MOF. So this we have utilized for self-powered humidity sensing application, since MOF have humidity sensing properties, and we developed various kind of highly sensitive tactile sensors out of that. So the complete material synthesis, device fabrication, and application we have done in-house without any external collaborations. And we have published these results in this year in Advanced Functional Materials. So this is a recent patent from our fine. Shall I continue? External vibrations or external loading or fault conditions, you will have other frequencies as well. So these findings we have published in ACS Applied Materials and Interfaces a couple of years back. And currently we are hand-holding with CSR SCRC and an industry partner Taclog for developing lead-free piezoelectric vibrational sensors for structural health monitoring applications. So by the end of this particular project, we will be having a technology readiness level of 6, especially the current technologies, whatever is being utilized for structural health monitoring applications are lead-based, especially PZT kind of material-based sensors. And other than piezoelectric, we have accelerometers and strain gauges, but those are battery operated. Those are not self-powered. Okay. So indigenous self-powered lead-free piezoelectric vibration sensors for energy harvesting and structural health monitoring applications will be an innovative technology by utilizing our lead-free piezoelectric ink formulation and piezoelectric fiber mat formulation, developing this particular technology. Currently, we have signed an MOU with this particular company, and by these vibration sensors will be integrated with the data accessing applications. So a small video is there for depicting this so that we can see. So a strain sensor is there, piezoresistive. Whatever gestures you are making, getting transducted to a robotic arm, and robotic arm will also follow the same instruction. So thus we can realize human-machine interface. Again, a smart mask has been developed for analyzing the breathing pattern of human. Whenever there is an obstruction, so it will get triggered. So this will have a false trigger kind of issues due to the signals from outside. So line of sight design has cut all these issues, and we have solved it with an innovative design. So this is the way forward for our activities. By the end of another 5 years, we will be developing various kind of next generation transparent and structurable electronic devices. There will be multifunctional wearable energy
Printing is faster than clean room technologies and ensures huge reduction in form factor of electronic systems. Against this background, CSIR, NIST, Trivandrum is in the process of developing electronic-grade materials for printed electronic suspension, customized substrates, functional inks, paste, and devices out of these for strategic and societal applications. A smart mask for pulmonary health monitoring is developed with a printed piezoresistive strain sensor using silver decal CAT ink. The same ink is also used to develop a printed piezoresistive strain sensor, which which transduces the hand gestures to a robotic arm. Also developed printed silver and carbon these resistive heaters, replacing conventional coil heaters for various flexible and intelligent applications, such as smart band, warm inside, warm jackets, and warm gloves. These products provide flexibility, lightweight, and a controlled temperature system to ensure the optimal condition for human comfort. Highly conductive silver nanowire is used for fabricating flexible and wearable printed radio frequency identification tags. Recently, we have developed printed electrochemical glucose sensors for sensing free glucose in a serum. Apart from printed electronics, CSIR is having its own signature in energy harvesting devices, especially piezoelectric and triboelectric nanogenerators that can tap into the low frequency and high entropy ambient energies. We have developed various piezo and tribo devices having rigid, flexible, and bio-based form factors. These devices can be used to power different electronic gadgets, even from biomechanical energies. In addition to that, self-powered pressure, vibration, tactile, and navigation sensors are all being developed and NIST with excellent sensitivity and transparency. We are looking for research collaboration in conductive inks, printable and wearable sensors, triboelectric, as well as piezoelectric energy harvesting systems.
Yeah, coming to the concluding slide. So I sincerely put my acknowledgements to the organizers of ICAMS 2025. So even in the last minute we completed. So I also thank the director of PSR and IST for giving an opportunity to work in this wonderful environment, and collaborators and colleagues, my research group, including my PhD students and project students. Funding agencies are kindly acknowledged, including the industry partners. This is our team. Thank you for any questions you can reach to on this particular domain. So this is a list of projects currently we are. Hello.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now it is time for asking questions. Thank you, sir.
No questions are there?
Okay, there are no questions from the audience, so
Okay, fine. So shall I leave?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Now it is the time for tea break. 10 minutes. 10
Message it, can you start? Presentations ഈ സാധനല്ലേ ഇത് പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കണേ ഇപ്പൊ Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible to you? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. It's now
Hello,
audible.
can you hear me?
Yeah, it's now audible, sir. Now, do one thing, sir.
No?
Yeah, everything is clear, sir.
Okay, so how do I share? In the
Then you need to share. There is a button just below
present
your
now?
screen. The one near the present now, exactly.
Okay.
The present now, yeah. And before that, you need to open the PPT presentation.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
So can you see me? See this presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes. And it is now actually, yeah, everything is clear, sir. But sir, could you please wait 10 more minutes, sir, because it is
Yeah, sure. It's
tea
fine.
break, sir.
Okay.
That is fine.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Sir, one more thing, sir. Could you please share your presentation to my WhatsApp?
But you need my presentation because I have a lot of other data because I cannot share that.
No problem, sir. Then no problem.
Okay.
Okay, no problem, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. We can meet after 10 minutes. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello, sir. Link boy. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I am hearing you. But, sir, let's check whether the slides are moving. Could you please
Okay.
move the slides, sir? Slideshow. After.
Okay.
For that, you need to select the
Oh,
slide show button on the lower bottom of the window.
okay. Let me
Okay.
check.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. That's it.
Today, we are fortunate to have him share his insight and expertise.
Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Franklin Gregory.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction, and I also would like to thank you, Arun, for inviting me for this lecture. And so today my talk will be on how do engineered nanoparticles affect the secondary metabolism of plants. Basically, first we should know what is secondary metabolism. Probably you might. Okay. Probably you might already know about what is photosynthesis, and this is the driving force on the earth which harvests light energy and converts into sugar, which is the basic molecule which can further converted in the primary metabolism into the building blocks of for the plants. And as animals also depend on plants, so these nutrients or materials are transferred to the other animals as well. So it is making the very important thing in the earth ecosystem. So this is about the primary metabolism. And what is secondary metabolism? So these are small molecules produced by plants and other organisms to define itself from various stress conditions and as well as biotic as well as abiotic stresses. So, for example, plants produce so many compounds, like which include quinones, volatile compounds such as jasminic acid, sterols, terpenes, carotenoids, gibberellins, chlorophyll, phenolic compounds such as flavonoids, xanthones, fluoroglycinols, alkaloids, glycosides, tocopherols, quinones, etc. So, why is secondary metabolism is so important? So far, we have identified more than 200 secondary metabolites from the organisms, several organisms, including bacteria and in fungi. Especially in plants, we know more than 50,000 unique compounds produced in this secondary metabolism. These are very important for the plant fitness, especially in the abiotic stress conditions such as heat, cold, flooding, drought, and salinity stress, heavy metal toxicity, and also biotic stress induced by insects, microorganisms like bacteria or pathogenic fungi. So it is very important for plants to defend themselves against these kind of stresses. On the other hand, these are also important for human well-being because we are depending on so many compounds for medicines, cosmetic purposes, for food flavors or colorants and dyes, etc. So basically, plant secondary metabolism, although it is not playing a critical role in plant growth and development, these are very important for plant survival as well as human well-being. So why should we study the plant nanoparticle interface in terms of secondary metabolism? Especially, as you know, the use of nanotechnology is revolutionizing every industry. Basically, nowadays, nanomaterials are used in biomedical research, healthcare, environmental protection, electronics, machines, and construction industry, and especially in the consumer goods. On the other hand, nowadays, recently it is started. We started using nanomaterials directly on plants, such as formulations containing fertilizers, pesticides, fungicides, herbicides, and also biostimulants. So basically, now the nanomaterials are reaching plants both directly and indirectly, and this is considered now as a new pollutant of unforeseen consequences. And as this water and soil are the two major sites of nanoparticle accumulation in the environment, and plants are fixed to a place and they cannot move like animals, so they encounter these nanomaterials very often and they cannot escape. So that is the major idea behind studying this plant nanoparticle interface in terms of secondary metabolism. So what we did, first we started our work in 2018 with Arabidopsis thaliana. So you know Arabidopsis thaliana is a model plant, and it offers several tools. Especially, it is the genome is completely sequenced, and you can easily manipulate the genetic makeup of this plant by the simply do the transformation, and also the secondary metabolic profile of this plant is comprehensively already analyzed. On the other hand, this nanoparticle, we have chosen silver nanoparticles for the first study because silver nanoparticles are one of the most produced nanoparticles worldwide, and also known for their antimicrobial, antifungal, cytotoxic, and phytotoxic properties. So the experimental approach is like this. So we have chosen different sizes of nanomaterials, 10 nanometer, 40 nanometers, and 100 nanometers, and with different sizes. Different sizes of nanomaterials and with different concentrations, 0.5, 1, and 5 ppm. And we treated 25 days old Arabidopsis seedlings with these kind of concentrations. And then we collected the biomass after 12 hours, 24 hours, and 72 hours. For control, we use just water, and to check whether the silver ion can also induce changes in the secondary metabolism, we used silver nitrate as the ion donor. And after collecting the biomass, we extracted this total secondary metabolites in ethanol, and then we used UPLC PDA and high resolution mass spectrometry to analyze the compounds. So basically what we found, we could quantify about 47 compounds from this Arabidopsis, and we analyzed. So first what we did, we subjected the data for the principal component analysis, where we found the treatments were clustered together by time points. Here you can see the 12 hours treatment and 24 hours treatment almost grouped together. At the same time, the 72 hours treatment grouped separately, irrespective of the concentration or size of the nanoparticles, showing that the time of the treatment is very important for the induction of secondary metabolism in plants. And then we have analyzed several compounds, including camelexin. This is one of the most important compound for the plants, especially in Arabidopsis thaliana, to defend themselves. This is called phytolexins. These are produced when these plants are encountering some threat, especially pathogens. So it is understood that Arabidopsis plants recognize silver nanoparticles as something similar to pathogens. So overall, in this study, we found several phenolic compounds, especially hexoside derivatives of comaric acid, coniferyl alcohol, aldehyde, phenol, camphorol, and hydroxybenzoic acid, in addition to other compounds like indole carboxylic acid methyl ester. These are the phenolic compounds. They are induced by these nanoparticles, and phytolexins such as camelexin and their derivatives are also upregulated in high concentration. So basically, in this study, we understood that silver nanoparticles induce significant changes in secondary metabolism. Silver nanoparticles affect plant metabolism probably via releasing ions. Accumulation of silver nanoparticles in the environment might affect plant fitness. Silver nanoparticles can be used to enhance plant immunity against pathogens if applied in an optimized manner. In addition, these nanoparticles also can be used as elicitors to induce specific compounds in plants. Hence, we decided to go for a medicinally important plant called Hypericum perforatum, alternatively commonly known as St. John's wort. This is one of the plant species belong to Hypericum genus, which includes about 500 species and distributed throughout the world. And these, especially the St. John's wort, is traditionally used against several ailments throughout the world since ancient times. Especially, they are used mainly for as an antidepressant. And currently there are some products are available in the market. They are very. They are called. It is called Prozac 20. It is available in the United States, and also hypericum extract is sold in the market as powder, and also oil, creams, and all these things. So there are more than 1,000 products available in the market right now. And why these pharmacological properties of the plant of the St. John's wort is mainly due to its phytochemical composition, namely naphthodianthrones such as hypericin and pseudohypericin, fluoroglucinols such as hyperforin and hyperforin, flavonoids such as quercetin, quercetin hyperoside, isoquercetin, rutin, and bioflavonoids such as bipygenin, amantaflavone, xanthones. There are several xanthones exist in this plant, and phenylpropyne such as chlorogenic acid and caffeic acid. So we choose this plant for our next study. So we made an experimental setup using cell suspension cultures, because cell suspension cultures are an important tool, because you can understand the response to any treatment under a precise controlled condition. And since we control the nutrients also, so you can rely on the data what we generate here. So basically what we did, we selected this hypericum perfluoride cell suspension culture and treated with the diverse nanoparticles such as silver, gold, palladium, copper, metal nanoparticles, and copper oxide, cerium oxide, zinc oxide, titanium oxide nanoparticles as metal oxides. And also we compared the response of plant cells with the copper and copper oxide in the same concentration and with the similar size. First, okay, we have done some preliminary studies also, but I am not showing it here because first we standardized everything for silver, and that is more phytotoxic than any other nanoparticle, so we chose the concentration. So especially we chose the concentration of 25 milligram per liter, and the treatment is for 72 hours. That's what I'm showing here. And first we analyzed the cell viability with the different nanoparticles, and we found the cell viability was affected by the nanoparticles in a type-dependent manner. For instance, silver nanoparticles affected the cell viability too extensively, but other nanoparticles like copper and copper oxide also affected. But most of the other nanoparticles did not affect the cell viability. Then we tested, we wanted to test whether the signaling molecules, as you know, the secondary metabolic pathways are induced in plants through the signaling pathways, especially jasmonic acid, abscisic acid, and salicylic acid. Here we quantified, and what we found, especially silver and gold nanoparticles down-regulated abscisic acid. On the other hand, it was upregulated in the case of jasmonic acid. It upregulated the jasmonic acid after treatment. But all the other nanoparticles remained almost similar in both abscisic acid and salicylic acid, jasmonic acid concentration. At the same time, palladium nanoparticles upregulated salicylic acid, but all the other nanoparticles remained similar to the control. So the nanoparticles interfere with various classes of compounds in hypericum perfluoride cell cultures. Here we grouped the compounds into major classes such as benzoids, benzophenones, phenolflavonoids, HCl derivatives, anthraquinones, xanthones, pralinated xanthones, and xanthanoids. What you could see, the figure A, it is for the metal nanoparticles. and especially for AG, gold, silver, gold, copper, and palladium. And the B shows you about the changes in the secondary metabolites of metal oxide nanoparticles. Relatively, metal oxide nanoparticles induce less changes compared to their metal nanoparticles. So, and then we analyzed what are the compounds are highly induced in each treatment. For instance, in silver nanoparticle treatment, the bisanthone was increased 540 times, and at the same time, gunconine increased 214-fold, and fusaroscarine about 100-folds. The same thing is in the same manner, gold nanoparticle induced hypersanthone C accumulation and something like that. Okay, so I don't want to read everything, and also alpha mangosteen, hypersanthone, etc. And copper nanoparticles highly induced apigenin, and palladium nanoparticles imodine, cerium oxide nanoparticles imodine anthrone, copper oxide nanoparticle induced dihydroxymethoxyxanthone 1. And titanium oxide nanoparticles induced only quercetin, and zinc oxide nanoparticles induced procyanidin B and gallic acid. So the conclusion from this study is nanoparticles induce toxicity in hypericum cells depending on their types or metallic origin. Secondary metabolic changes are nanoparticle type dependent. Metal nanoparticles induce higher changes in secondary metabolism compared to metal oxides. Then, after having this data, we wanted to check how the delivery of nanoparticles to the roots of intact plant affect the secondary metabolism. Here we have chosen palladium, gold, and zinc oxide and iron oxide nanoparticles because palladium nanoparticles and gold nanoparticles are used industrially, and zinc oxide and iron oxide nanoparticles are mainly used as nanofertilizers. The study revealed, especially what you see here in this screen, is the major classes of compounds, how they are affected. For example, phenolic acids, flavonoids, xanthones, fluoroglycinols, anthrones, and naphthodianthrones. What you could see, because it is not following a pattern. It is like, sometimes they are downregulated, sometimes they are upregulated, and there is no clear pattern. So basically, that means when you use the concentration in the environmental level concentration, it is not affecting the secondary metabolism in too extensively. And but this response is depending on the nanoparticle types. For example, palladium nanoparticles, at least in one time point, they induce the higher accumulation of methionine and 1,9-dihydroxy-3,5-dimethoxy-2-prenylxanthone, iridoscyrine, and skyrine. And gold nanoparticles, on the other hand, they induce cadence G, skyrine, luteoskyrine, methionine, oxyskyrine, etc. Zinc oxide nanoparticles also induced hypericin, neochlorogenic acid, chlorogenic acid, methionine, rubroskyrine, and luteoskyrine, at least in one time point, significantly. Iron oxide nanoparticles induced chlorogenic acid, methionine, furfurohyperforin, hyperforin, iridoscyrine, oxyskyrine, and luteoskyrine. So basically, from this study, we understood that phenolic acids, flavonoids, xanthones, and anthrones were downregulated by palladium, iron oxide, and zinc oxide nanoparticles across treatments. The effect of gold nanoparticles was not consistent and led to fluctuations in phenolic acids, flavonoids, xanthones, and anthrones. All the other nanoparticles induced fluctuations in the other classes of secondary metabolites, such as fluoroglycinols and naphthodianthrones. Fluoroglycinols fluctuated across nanoparticles treatment duration, but showed significant increase in response to zinc oxide nanoparticles at 12 hours. Then we wanted to check whether the treatment with these nanoparticles at this concentration affect the plant growth. So we fed these nanoparticles at different concentrations, in the float seedling cultures, and cultivated the plants for 12 days and analyzed the growth rate. For example, the total biomass, shoot length, root length. Okay, basically the total biomass and the shoot length was not affected very much, but it was very close to the control. However, this root length was significantly affected by palladium nanoparticles and zinc oxide nanoparticles. And on the other hand, this shoot biomass and root biomass was also not affected significantly between the treatment. So basically, this study reveals that there was no significant difference in the biomass of plantlet when compared to the control group. In gold nanoparticle treatment, shoot length increased significantly. In palladium and zinc oxide nanoparticle, root length was increased significantly. So basically, probably these specific nanoparticles such as palladium and zinc oxide might interfere with the auxin cytokinin balance of the plant. So altogether, overall, the work what we have done so far, we could propose a model. So basically, when plant cells encounter nanoparticles, it induces ROS. It is like any other organism. And at the same time, glutathione reductase and ascorbic acid reductase were downregulated. At the same time, superoxide dismutase, ascorbic acid peroxidase, and glutathione S transferase are upregulated. And this induced the calcium burst and activation of MAP kinase signaling, which, on the other hand, signal for the secondary metabolism through the phenylalanine ammoniolase and polyphenol oxidase enzymes, which eventually leads to the upregulation of secondary metabolism, such as flavonoids, phenolic acid, phenolics, carotenoids, alkaloids, and anthocyanins. So basically, altogether, what really happens when you treat the plants with the different concentrations of nanoparticles, initially it induces the reactive oxygen species, which will signal the primary metabolism. So the growth of the plants will increase to a certain level until it reaches the response max. This is the point when the secondary metabolism is activated at the expense of primary metabolism. So the plants will start, the response will be, since the material diverted to secondary metabolism, the growth will be reduced. And eventually it leads the toxicity when this secondary metabolic changes reach a level where this ROS scavenging and secondary metabolism is overdriven. Thus, eventually it will lead to the plant death. So, these are all. And then now I would like to thank my group and also the funding agencies like National Science Center and European Commission. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I will be ready to answer.
Do you have any questions?
Hello, Franklin. Several nanoparticles using heavy metals, zinc, palladium, cadmium, iron, gold, and silver, etc., etc. Are you correct? Hello.
So, what did you ask? We are not using any heavy metals. That's what you said.
Yeah, iron is an example of heavy metal. Of course, it is a nano.
Yes. Okay, so basically, okay, so are you talking about the, because I'm not hearing properly, that is why. So,
Hello?
Yes.
Because some of the nanoparticles, I doubt so, applied, and you are observing the this growth comparison like that. Does it make any harm? Means local poison? Did you experience during the time of your experiment that whether any of the steps can affect its growth or not because of the local poison?
So what poison?
Poison means heavy metal application definitely makes some.
So basically, no, actually we did not use any heavy metals. Okay, so basically we used just the nanoparticles. Okay, this kind of.
What about silver nanoparticle? Silver nanoparticle makes some problem.
Yes, because we know, yes, silver nanoparticles are, I showed you, right? Because the cell viability was affected by silver nanoparticles. Okay, so basically that is why we standardized the concentration for silver nanoparticles first, and then we extended that to other nanoparticles.
Okay. Anyway, you have experienced a little bit regarding the growth. Am I correct?
Yes, yes. So it will affect growth. For example, silver nanoparticles affect plant growth.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any questions from the audience? There is no questions. So thank you, sir. Thank you. It was a very informative talk.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Gandhi University, Kottayam, Kerala. Her research focuses on antimicrobial resistance, probiotics, wound healing, and tissue regeneration. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Giazos.
Good evening all. Thank you so much for the nice words. I'm Jia from Rajagiri College of Social Sciences. Here I will be talking on natural and synthetic polymer nanocomposites for tissue engineering. Before that, I would like to thank the organizing committee members for giving me this opportunity to talk, take my presentations and yeah. I know you are from different fields, like some are from physics, chemistry and botany background. So I'll give you a short introduction about my topic, tissue engineering. It's nothing but it's a branch of biomedical engineering. In this one, we'll be using combination of cells and polymeric compounds as well as nanoparticles can also be incorporated in this one. And we'll also use cells in some cases, and some cases without cells we'll grow the materials and will implant in the body. And you can see from this image, like the cells from biopsy we can take and we can form a monolayer of cell culture, and the cells will expand, and on a 3D printed or 3D polymer scaffolds can be grown, and it can form a graft. Graft can be generated and can be implanted. And if you are taking these wound healing patches, when it comes to wound healing patches, we'll be having various type of wounds. Some will be simple wounds, some will be chronic wounds. So in case of chronic wounds, different layers of this skin will be damaged. So to replace or regenerate these kind of wounds, we need to have special kind of wound healing materials. So now we are also concentrating to develop multi-layered wound healing materials. And you can see a rat with ear on its top. It's nothing but the bioengineered ear. It is implanted on that one, and whenever it is required for a patient purpose or any kind of things, we can remove it and we can implant it. And all of you might be knowing about natural and synthetic polymers. See, natural polymers we can divide into proteins and polysaccharides. And many researchers are working on these natural polymers. Why? Because it's biocompatible, biodegradable, and easily it can mimic the extracellular matrix of our body. And you can see these proteins will cover all this collagen, gelatin, fibrin, and elastin and all those things, and polysaccharides. You might heard that cellulose-based biomaterials. Cellulose is the most prominent material which we use for biomedical applications. As well as we have hyaluronic acid and agar, sandangam. These are few examples of polysaccharides. And when it comes to these natural and synthetic polymers we have PGA, PLA and all those things, and it has its advantages and disadvantages. Some synthetic polymers may not be biodegradable. Actually, when we use for these kind of applications, like biomedical applications, the material should be biodegradable as well as biocompatible. So, when considering these things, we make composites of these materials. We may take synthetic materials as well as natural materials. And the studies which I do is mainly on wound healing materials and bone tissue regeneration and cartilage tissue regeneration. So I'll be going through initially from chronic wound healing. So as I mentioned in the earlier slide, we can divide wounds into simple and complex wounds. Like some simple wounds we'll use the bandages and all. Sometimes we'll use these gels and we'll wrap it with goosenet and all. And some cases, if it is chronic wounds, the problem with chronic wound is there we'll have load of bacterial contaminations. It's form a biofilm, And because of this bacterial biofilm formation, the wound regeneration, it will take lots of time, and these times the infections will lead to more complicated problems as well. So these are the few examples of chronic wounds. So if you look at these images, these wounds, the infection is a major risk factor for wound healing in case of chronic wounds. And also some tissue damage, you can see the tissues are damaged in these areas, and also the high cost and the inflammatory stage, because in the normal case, the wound will heal in 1 week of time, and it also depends on the age. Some patients will develop wound in the late ages because of this diabetes or any kind of thing. So in that case, it's very difficult, or it will take longer period of time for the healing. And our solution is nothing but now we are focusing on developing polymer composites with antimicrobial activity and anti-inflammatory activity to tap these problems, to overcome these problems. And when we take materials for biomedical applications, we have to consider many things. Like it must have antimicrobial activity, as well as it should have cell proliferation effect also, because in these images you can see cells were also damaged. So these cells should be proliferated and it should cover that area. Then only we can say that the wound is completely healed. And these are the few stages of wound healing. Like initially, if you have a wound, the blood will be clotted on that surface. And next stage is fibroblast or macrophage scan, and fibroblast proliferation will happen. And next stage we can see a wound with freshly healed dermis. And these studies focus on different methods of various nanotechnology based methods for skin regeneration as well. So now I told about this natural and synthetic polymer. So this what we have done with this natural polymer, nothing but cellulose. I mentioned already that if you have a small wound also, when we apply this band-aid, when we remove that band-aid, sometimes you can see normal cells will also be removed. And again it will cause some kind of irritation to us. So our aim was to develop a material which is very biocompatible, as well as it is having antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory property. So what we did is, we engineered nanoporous aerogels with the cellulose nanofibers. We also incorporated curcumin. Curcumin, you all are familiar with curcumin. I don't need to explain to you, I guess, because this polymer, not polymer, this curcumin is having various activities. Like some are using for anti-cancer properties, some are using for tissue regeneration, some are using for other kind of anti-inflammatory activities, and this is having lots of activities. So in view of this, what we did is we incorporated curcumin nanoparticle into this material which we developed. To detail this, initially we took pineapple leaf, because these cellulose can be extracted from various sources. The main source which we used was bio-waste. So it's a concept of waste to wealth. The bio-waste is nothing but pineapple leaf, as well as we can extract from various sources. Like from algae also now researchers have started to extract cellulose and many sources. And in this one we tried and we did all this alkaline and bleaching and oxalic acid treatment, and finally we got cellulose nanofibers. And into these cellulose nanofibers we incorporated curcumin. But this curcumin and cellulose nanofibers, it cannot form a strong bond, or it cannot have a strong mechanical properties. So that what we did is we also incorporated natural polymers like alginate, and so this alginate, what they will do, it will form a bond between, not the hydrogen bonding, it will form a strong bond between this cellulose alginate and this curcumin. So we can control the drug release. Drug is nothing but this curcumin. And we used, for the aerogel formation, we used simple lyophilization. And as you can see from these images, we observed a highly porous architecture in this one after this aerogel formation. Why we need this highly porous architecture is wound is having lots of waste. We can see this chronic wounds is having. So it should have aeration, it should promote the passage of all these things. So if you have a highly porous material, it will again enhance the wound healing, and the cells can easily grow on this side. And this is anti-biofilm assay. Why this anti-biofilm assay is important? As I mentioned earlier, these chronic wounds, the main problem with chronic wound healing is biofilm formation. So to avoid the growth of these bacteria, we should have a material which is having anti-biofilm activity. So we incorporated this one. This material is, this compound is having, curcumin is having excellent antibacterial activity, and we studied with different bacteria at various time intervals, and we could observe that this is positive control, and it is the biofilm formation. The biofilm formation is nothing but the bacterial growth. And in the controls, we can see 100% of biofilm formation. When we used these cellulose nanofibers and sodium alginate, again this sodium alginate is alkyl it is also having some kind of antimicrobial activity, and the sodium alginate reduced the formation of biofilm. Again, when we incorporated curcumin, we incorporated different concentrations of curcumin, 1 weight percentage and 2 weight percentage. And you can see from this result that 2 weight percentage of curcumin showed excellent activity in forms of biofilm reduction. And when it comes to drug release also, because this wound is having slightly alkaline to acidic pH, and you can see, so in that condition also this drug release should happen. So what we did is we also observed the drug release during acidic and alkaline pH, and we could see that the drug is very slowly releasing at a rate from 0 to 80 hours of time. We could see a slow release of drug from the scaffold. And this is a simple pictorial representation. We also carried out animal studies. When we do this in vivo studies only, we will be able to get a clear information how these materials are reacting with animal body. So we used rats to study this. And you can see the aerogels, and this is the same image, and this scratch wound assay. This is in vitro analysis with the cells, because our skin is having various layers of cells, like we have fibroblast cells, epithelial cells, keratinocytes, and all those things. So here in this study we used fibroblast cells, and these cells we made a scratch, and we could see that closure of wound in 24 hours of time. Also we did fibroblast proliferation assay. And this proliferation assay, if the cells are not growing properly, we get dead cells. But in our case, we could observe green cells more. This is metabolically active cells, and you can see few dead cells also. Sometimes these cells, they may also face some problems with the material, and they cannot be metabolically active. And in the implantation studies also, you can see. Initially we implanted this material on this rat, you can see this, and after 15 days of implantation, these blood vessels were formed on this surface. That shows that this material is a promising material for the bone healing application. As well as you can see the enhanced angiogenesis, it's nothing but blood vessel formation, and this is the histopathological analysis. And to conclude this one, you can see we could develop a material which is having excellent activities for wound healing. It's having antimicrobial activity, anti-inflammatory, as well as anti-cell proliferation activity also, and we can use this for further applications. So in this one, what we did is we developed a material from the natural polymer cellulose. And now again, this is having activity, but still we need to have more active materials. So in the previous talk you might have heard piezoelectric material. So this the property of this piezoelectric material is it is having activity. When we give any kind of pressure on this, it will generate some kind of electric signals. These signals will enhance the cell proliferation. In the previous part, what we observed is the material which we used is enhancing the cell proliferation, but in this one it's more, we feel that it is having more better activity. And we used PVDF HFE for this one, and also we used collagen. Collagen is nothing but a component of our cell itself, outer membrane. It's a major component of our skin, collagen. So we used collagen also in this work. And I'm not going to the details because I'll skip to the results. We fabricated that one. So you can see the results, like in the previous one we used lyophilization for the fabrication, and this work what we used electro spinning. With this electro spinning we could make a material with the highly porous membrane, and we incorporated collagen into this. This PVDF is a hydrophobic material, so it is not easily biodegradable. To make that into hydrophilic one, we used collagen and this HAP nanoparticles, and what happened is the material will be more biodegradable and biocompatible. And you can see again here the anti-biofilm assay were carried out, and this material with the help of these nanoparticles, it's showing activity against gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria. And again the cell proliferation also showed good results. And this is the electroactivity of these nanofibers. After the fabrication we checked whether these nanofibers are showing any activity, and we could observe it's having a little electroactivity, and it can enhance the proliferation. And again in the rat models we did, and after 15 days we can see the blood vessel formulation and enhanced angiogenesis. And this is the dopamine hydrochloride nanoparticle film analysis. And also I mentioned that to make this material we incorporated collagen and dopamine nanoparticles, and you can see the contact angle measurements with the previous first one is even though it is highly porous, it was hydrophobic in nature, and when it comes to the last modified one, it showed hydrophilicity, and it was 54. And we can say that these materials could be modified, and we can use for these biomedical applications. And this is the FTR spectrum. From this also we can conclude that these materials are properly incorporated and forming bonds and all those things. And again this is the antimicrobial activity studies, and in this material the previous one which we used tested for gram-positive Staphylococcus aureus and gram-negative E. coli. In this case we also tested with Bacillus cereus and Pseudomonas aeruginosa, because this Pseudomonas aeruginosa is a gram-negative biofilm forming bacteria. Some bacteria will have a strong tendency to form biofilm. This Pseudomonas aeruginosa is one of that strong biofilm forming bacteria. So we also look into the activity of this material towards this Pseudomonas aeruginosa as well, and we could observe that after incorporation of this collagen and DHNP nanoparticles, it showed decrease in the biofilm formulation, and the zone of inhibition can also be seen with this polydopamine nanoparticle. This dopamine is nothing but a protein, actually it's from these muscles, and this protein again with this nanoparticle size, it will give activities. And to conclude with this work also, we could see that this electroactive electrospun PVDF membrane incorporated with this collagen and collagen and HAP nanoparticles give good results in terms of chronic wound healing. This is the same results, like how these fibroblast cells proliferated. Because whenever we develop a material, we should do the biocompatibility of this material with the cells. Also we have to carry out blood compatibility. Actually the data is not included in this one. We carried out blood compatibility also, because the material is directly in contact. First contact is with the blood, so we have to see whether RBC, WBC or any kind of this is affected by this material. So to check that one, we also carried out hemocompatibility, blood compatibility assays. And this is also showing some cells are dead even the final with collagen and DHNPs are giving good proliferation results, and also this material is highly biocompatible because the viability of cells you can see it's around 100%. And this study also we did in Pushpagiri Medical College. Before carrying out the animal experiments, we need to get ethical clearance from the biosafety ethical committee, and we observe this. And from this result also you can see this material is showing blood vessels are formed, and it's having good activity. And we'll harvest different cells at different time. We have to harvest and we have to see the histopathological analysis, and we have to tell whether this material is having angiogenesis and blood vessel formulations. And this study also we could observe that the blood vessels and angiogenesis is formed after 15 to 20 days of implantation in the animal models. And now these are the current research which we are doing, and also many researchers are working on this organ and tissue transplantation and regeneration. Why? Because nowadays we can see that many people are it's like a life-threatening thing. Like, you know, somebody's kidney is failed, we have to search for a donor and we have to find out, and there are many formalities. So now researchers are trying to develop 3D printed materials. Okay, so these 3D printed organ or tissue which can be directly implanted into the human body without any problems to the recipient. So this is again we will be using for printing. In the previous class, Sir was taking about this printing and all. No? So in that one also we are using different kind of polymeric materials, and we can print. See, we can print here or any kind of vessels and all those things with this one. And these are the basic steps which is involved in the 3D printing. You can see first we have to take the image, optical or MRI imaging, then the CAD model has to develop. Then we have to generate the G-code, and we print the organ or whatever, the cell or whatever which we require with the cell lines, and without the cell lines we can print. So in view of this, we develop soft and hard tissues with 3D printing. Like no, I got an opportunity to work at Stockholm University, Sweden. So during that postdoctoral visit, I was mainly focusing on development of soft and hard tissues for the regeneration studies, enhanced bioactivity, we can say. And in this one, what we did is we used two kind of polymers. Like one is cellulose nanocrystal based cartilage tissue and PLA based bone tissues. So this PLA is very hard, you might be knowing, and this cartilage is very small kind of soft tissues. So this cellulose again incorporated with for the printing we have to develop a ink, and cellulose incorporated with gelatin and sodium arsenate and printed this material. And also we modified this material because while simply printing and implanting may not have good results. So whenever we do some kind of biomedical applications, our purpose is to have cell proliferation and cell regeneration, we need to modify these materials. And for that one, what we did is comes to human, because we all have a tendency to develop allergy or any rejection and all those things. So we cannot say in that sense. But when it comes to a personalized medicine, we can take our own cells, our own stem cells, and we can modify, or we can print and implant in the body. So it is more useful. And the future, like you can see now researchers have developed organs, heart and or kidney or bladder, and all these things has been developed in various labs, and this is a next level, next level of research, and we hope that we can have more these kind of organs printed or fabricated, and it can be used. And this is a video which shows. Sorry, it's not working. Anyways, this is a report from Wake Forest University. A patient, you all know that the burn patients, if they have 70 degree or 60 degree or 50 degree of burn, what will happen? It's very difficult for them to recover from that, and even the scar formation, and they have to suffer a lot after the treatment also. So now what they are trying, they already did that. No, they extract the cells from the same patient, and they formed a gel. And the gel, the ink, the bio ink with the same patient's cell and the polymer, biocompatible polymers. And these cells were printed on the surface of the same patient, can be printed, and after it's like a fast recovery of the patient. The patient need not to wait for 1 year or something like that. It's like a fast recovery, and this study already proved that they can have a happy life after this printing on this surface. I'm so sorry about this because this video is not working, and that's all about my presentation. Now I would like to thank my mentor, Dr. Shanda Achudangutti, also Professor Sabu Thomas sir. I was there for quite a long period of time, and Professor Aji Matthew. There I did this 3D printing works, and so Saida G. Bhatt, I was a recipient of ICMR grant, and Rajagiri College of Social Science. They are providing us with all the facilities to do all the research activities, as well as the organizing committee members of this conference. Yeah, so I'll take 2 minutes to say about my research group. This is a very recently started research group of the Department of Bioscience. We have different divisions. We have plant biotechnology, phytochemistry, drug design, and microbiology, environmental science, and extension activities. And we also have major instruments like RT-PCR, qPCR, and all the microbiology established microbiology lab, cell culture lab, and also we have this drug design software Schrodinger, and we do have other equipments also. Yeah, thank you for your patience. I would say, actually, the convener asked me, madam, whether I can take tomorrow. Then I said no. I'll take today. Thank you so much for your patient hearing, and if you have any questions you can ask, because from the morning you are listening to quantum mechanics and super hydrophobic materials and Schrodinger software and many more things, and now it's bio related. I don't know whether you could follow me or not. Thank you.
Hearty congratulations, Dr. Gia, we are following well. It's really very interesting because both in the one field and in certain accidental occurrence site, your paper is and research work is very important, and a lot more applicability is in that. Shall I ask them, from your presentation, I could understand one thing, that what the material you have developed is helpful for the slow release of curcumin to the wound site. Did you study during your research work? I think whether think you can see in your transparency. Will you be able to see the slide for that result?
Yeah, sure.
We cannot see properly. Can you able to say the pH range?
Yes, sir. The pH range was from 5.5 7.5. Because these two pH ranges are selected.
Slightly alkaline to slightly acidic. Okay.
The food is not like the normal pH. It's having acidic.
Slightly either or. Okay.
So both the ranges we took and we studied whether it's having release.
My next sharing with you is, of course, it is pH dependable in both level, both alkaline and acidic slightly. Of course, it may affect the rate of slow retrieval using your nano material. Am I correct? Can you get it what I am asking?
No, sir. So sorry.
It is slow retrieval. You are expecting a slow retrieval to the wood side. Whether it is of either in the downscale means acidic or upscale alkaline range, this may whether it may affect the slow retrieval pH. So if if you are expecting more antimicrobial and more anti-inflammatory activities, if it is very slow reliever depending upon dependency of pH, how it is? Because instant, some occasions instant reliever is required.
That's why, sir, we use two different concentrations. One is 1 weight percentage and the other one is 2 weight percentage. So in the 2 weight percentage, we are getting quite good rates. Like sometimes you mentioned is correct. We are using very low concentrations. The release is also slow and the activities cannot be compromised. So in that case, we'll be using higher concentrations and the activity can be
depending upon the requirement.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, nice. Thank you very much.
You have mentioned 3D and 4D printing. So can you explain what 4D printing is?
Yes, no, this is very recent one, not very recent one. 3D we get a 3-dimensional structure, but 4D no 4 dimensions. Like when you take a part, this example you take 2D material. I presented 2D materials actually in the previous slides. So it is having 2 dimensions. When it comes to 3 dimensions, it's like the 3D printing, and when it's come to 4 dimensions, we can have a live the 4D printing. So those kind of printing technologies are developing, and if you look at the papers and all, we cannot see more papers in that 4-dimensional things. But when it comes to this electronic cartridge and all those things, so I have seen some papers. So they will have 4-dimensional.
Hardly because one student comes. There are 4 boys are sitting simply. Please come forward.
Actually, I know all are in a hurry to go.
We are expecting being as a SPS teacher, we are expecting something from them. Please ask.
Is it possible to regenerate a part of means bones completely after a time, means after so many years?
Like regenerate in the sense, that's why we are giving the support like this. Just imagine you have a crack here and some of your bone parts are damaged and the doctors will remove that one. So now what we are doing, we put some steel kind of things, no? So after that the bone will regenerate. That's why after a surgery, doctor is removing again after 1 year of time. You might have heard after severe accident and all.
I mean that means some people just lose their fingers after an accident.
Completely gone, it cannot. Sorry, I mean if you have a damage something inside our body, it can very slowly regenerate, very slowly. But if our hand or your nose or your eyes, I mean, just everything is losing, in that case we can have this kind of printed material can be implanted. following, like the nose and these kind of things. Internal organ, I think like in case of heart, we cannot now also we cannot imagine like heart can be transplanted. Now we are getting donors, but now researchers are working. But still the problem is we must have, in the case of heart, we must have the beating cells, beating kind of cells. Otherwise, it cannot pump or it cannot have any kind of activity from the heart. So these kind of beating cells regeneration is quite very, what do you say, it's very difficult. Not like the normal cells. So now researchers are taking stem cells and they are trying to have these kind of cells beating nature.
Centerville boys are equally competent.
I think honest takes it here.
Yeah, they are very active.
Any more questions? I'm happy to answer. Please feel free to ask. Like we may think that we can't do it. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable words. So, with this, today's session has come to an end. And I'm thanking all audience for your patience and attention. Thank you.